You're live. Maneuver into it. That's bad. Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. And the three eyes that are looking at us. Introducing our panelists today, we have Mistaken, Marky Mark, HD, and I am Shan Monet. And this is a Chic. Karate. A Chic. Karate. Listen, I thought we had one more panelist trying to. Y'all gotta excuse my hair, but we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk about how feminism has shaped the Black household. This is not gonna be a long conversation, but it will be an informative conversation. How do y'all think feminism has? So, I always hear in these streets, these YouTube streets, that you're a feminist. Y'all, you feminists. Feminism has messed y'all all up.
Mm,
What do y'all think that is? What do you think we blame it all on feminism?
well, I mean, I think it's just the idea that now you change the normal dynamics and now people don't have to do the things they had to back in the day. I think that's just all people are really attributing to feminism, because even sometimes when women still work, they still operate the same way they would as if they didn't work. You know, they
Do you think
still
that was
work.
feminism though?
No, I'm just saying the idea is that, the struggles that people are having, some people are saying is attributed to that the behaviors or the things that, people have to do now is different than it was before.
Mm-hmm.
If a woman didn't have no money, she had to rely on the guy with money. So she's more likely not to leave because she doesn't have anything to fall back on. So now you enter in quote unquote feminism. Women get their own stuff, they get their own money, they're going to school and graduating more than the men, and they're getting their money, they're getting their bags, and they're doing all this other stuff. Now they're like, well, now the dynamic has changed, and I don't have to struggle with you the way that I did before because I can just do this stuff on my own. So that's kind of the reason why I see people really get upset at feminism, because it has changed the dynamics more times than not. But like I said, that eventually women go right back to before feminism. It's just like, yeah, I don't really want to do this. I want to just go home, chill. I let you take the reins. I didn't did my part, and then they just fall back sometimes. But yeah, I think that's the gist of it.
Anybody else? Wanted to add to that? It's so funny because I don't think that I'm like torn because I don't I don't I don't think black women. I mean, so I know black women have never not worked. We've always worked. So that's not it, right? Now the jobs that we're able to do have definitely changed. But I hate when people say, "Oh, it's changed us." We never had that luxury of staying home. We've always been workers.
Yeah,
So
you always been workers, but the thing is now that you don't have to struggle because y'all, it's like if you make 80,000 and he make 40,000, you're gonna be like, well, shoot, I don't need to struggle with you, and I can go do my own thing. I think that the argument for most people is not that women or specifically black women didn't work. It's just that the way that they work now and how they are able to make more and do more, they can choose not to struggle with you. They can just struggle by themselves.
So you're saying feminism allowed women to make more money. In that way, they made them feel like they didn't have to stick around, right?
Correct. They're like, well, shoot, if I can survive on my own and I don't have to deal with what you do, then I could just go do what I need to do and find somebody until I find somebody that agrees with what I want to do. And then I'll just wait until that happens.
Do you guys agree with HD's statement?
Yeah, I think that's partly why I don't want to say if all men or just men in these spaces, because like I said, my reality and what my day to day is not like what I hear in these spaces. But why men are having such a hard time now is because they're stuck on wanting things to be like it was, right? As opposed to adapting and adjusting to change to still get what they want. They're going to have to rely on a new set of skills now, just like how, factory workers and stuff like that had to adjust to the change in technology, right? You can still get a job, but you just got to up your skills, right? You have to learn and develop a different set of skills. I think men are struggling with gaining a different set of skills that they're going to need to move in the relationship aspect. So now women can make their own money, right? So they have access and ability to not have to be dependent in that manner. So it's a lot of ish that they don't have to deal with, whereas before they did not have an option because they needed this, because it wasn't just about money for them, because like y'all said, we always worked, but there were certain aspects that women just didn't have rights to, right? We couldn't own our own home. Like everything had to be in a man's name, right? You couldn't have a bank account, you couldn't own credit cards, you couldn't do any of that. So even if you worked, that money was his. And so now I look at it, whereas now that's no longer an obstacle, which put men in a position that they have to develop a different set of skills to feel depended on. You know what I'm saying? And the skills that they need to develop is in more of the emotional aspect, communication aspect, and those are the most difficult areas that men have a hard time working with. And so I think that's why they get upset about this whole, feminism thing, and instead of just leveling up in a different area.
Mark,
You see the question in the chat? How did Black feminism start? Do any of you know?
Yeah, I had found that even it goes far back as Harriet Tubman. Like I was just doing like a little bit of research, and a lot of times, when certain things start, a white face is put on it, right? That it was, from what I was reading, it was saying that there has always been where feminism has always intersected with racism. So even back when they were like abolitionists and stuff like that, you had men like Frederick Douglass and stuff like that that actually spoke on giving rights to women too, because it was like, if one ain't free, we're all totally not free. So they should also have the same rights and stuff like that. So it started as far back as that.
Yes, Sojourner Truth
Sojourner Truth.
was, yes,
Yep.
correct.
Yeah.
So it started with the women's suffrage. Everybody, women wanted to vote, and then that moved on. So there were different ways of feminism that occurred. Mm-hmm. But to say that, so the whole point of feminism was to make sure that it was equality. For example, if I'm doing the same job as you, Marcus, I should be getting paid I should be getting paid the same thing as you. Feminism is why we are able to have, conversations on this podcast today without having to have our husband's permission to do so. So from a female's perspective, of course, we're going to want those rights, right? That's like me saying you don't have rights, taking away your rights, and you're going to want those rights. I think what has happened is there are different waves of feminism that have come in, and it's taken it somewhere all the way over here. And all of the stuff that was probably a good thing for women is being lost in the sauce, so to speak. Because you can't even wear, short sleeve shirts. Back, you had to wear a certain outfit. You had to cover, certain body parts. Of course, most of them need to be covered, but to the extreme of things, and but feminism helped you to be able to do those things. So,
I was a part of that whole like flapper period. Like in the 20s, they were the counterculture, bucking up against this system of female oppression in regards to that. So that's why they cut their hair real short, because they weren't even allowed to or supposed to cut their hair, wear short skirts, things like that, with the, what she was saying, with the shoulders out. All of that occurred during that, flapper era.
Do y'all think that it made by making these changes and fighting for the equality of women, it's made the lives of women better or worse?
I would say it
well,
depends on
in what area?
How you utilize those freedoms.
Yeah.
Like, so when you say what area, give me an area where you think it made it better and where you think it made it worse.
I think in a financial sense, having financial independence, definitely, because it allowed a mobility for women to, if they were in relationships that were unsafe and unhealthy, that they no longer had to stay in those relationships and rely on a man, because of the fact that they now would be able to have access to finances, access to a bank account, access to being able to own their own home, things like that. So in that sense, absolutely.
I also think that just living your own life the way you want to live your life, it's your life. You have one life to live it, and not have somebody over your shoulder telling you how to live your life. Just the freedom to be able to do that. And most importantly, the opportunity to have other jobs. I cannot even imagine having to work in I'm sorry, I was going to say white woman's kitchen, and being bossed around like I'm some underclassman. Negative. Watching your kids and neglecting mine. Negative. It's not going to happen for a minimum wage.
So with that fight, because I've heard the argument made that since women wanted equality financially, then they need to pitch exactly equal and drop the men need to make more argument.
Well, I think most have dropped that, Marcus. If you see, there are so many women, in reality, there are so many women who make more money than their mates.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is when you get that with that mate and he acts a damn fool too. Like it's so much more than just finances that's breaking up relationships.
Mm-hmm.
It's your character, and women.
It's ego. I think that's what really breaks up relationships.
I think it's ego, but what I'm saying is, and I know women have an attitude, right? But bro, when you go into the relationship with a man, right, and he doesn't make as much money as you, and you guys can be similar, almost like on the same intellectual level, but she just makes more. Okay, most women do not have an issue with that. We have an issue if you're pulling most of the way and he out cheating. He got Sarah on the side. Those are the things that break up the relationship, or he's not emotionally available. He's treating you a certain kind of way. We know women like emotional security. There are other factors in a situation that make that like how dare he? And what you do is you emphasize that because of all the other stuff. This Negro bro ain't got another cheat on me. Like, how dare you, with the audacity? And that's what makes that come up. Because clearly she's with you, so she wants to be with you. But what you do with that relationship, inside that relationship, is what damages that relationship. You understand? Does that make sense? Am I making sense here?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but fundamentally, specifically for Black women, I was talking to a DEI professional, and they were explaining to me that Black women weren't arguing for feminism; they were arguing for womanism. This is a slightly
Oh,
different
yeah, there's a
situation, right?
difference.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's kind of spawned off the same thing, but essentially, this is where a number of brothers start realizing, and this is where they start picking up the issues from our beginning of our conversation. Even though you have equal rights, equal opportunity, and stuff like that, men and women don't get treated the same.
For sure.
Our abilities are different, and also our requirements is different.
Mm-hmm.
Women don't have to be selected for the draft. Now, granted, it's highly unlikely for you to get set up for the draft, but just the fact that you can completely circumvent some of the responsibilities that the men would have to do with the exact same things, it's like, hold on, we're asking for equality, but it's not equal. And then
But
also, they don't talk about the fact that the men that do the same job as other men making less than the other men. So
for sure.
then you add that in there, but they're not concerned about that. They was like, no, I should just get paid because I'm doing the same thing. I could be playing the same game as Michael Jordan, but we all know I'm not getting buckets like Michael Jordan. And I think that when it comes to assessing, how much you get paid and stuff like that, there are certainly cases that have been proven that women were being grossly underpaid. I agree.
So there are jobs because it there was actually so I think that depends on the job because no Black men, if it's a physical job, absolutely, but that doesn't necessarily mean any job you outdo a woman. I don't think that that's true at all.
Well, no,
But
I'm not saying that I never made the argument about women or men outdoing each other. I'm just
okay.
saying that I made the argument that if me and Michael Jordan play basketball at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, we're doing the same job, but he'd
Mm-hmm.
still make significant more money than me because he's just better at it. And I'm not arguing that women, because the thing is the jobs that are more physical, they don't pay as much unless you've been in that field for a long time. You can
Gotcha.
literally come out the gate making 80, 70K, not having to be physical at all, using your intellect and using a computer, and make significantly more money without the same work. And
For
then
sure.
people devalue the people who actually do the physical work. And that's part of the issue that men have, is just like, yo, like, wait a minute, you devalue a hardworking man because he make less than you, even though he worked way
But
harder than you on a physical level.
Can I
so
ask you
so,
something
so,
though? Well, how is that any different than other men who are white collar workers that look down on blue collar workers? Now, I'm not saying that it's right because I don't think it's right across the board. Work is work. If you're working hard, you
mhm.
making a living, then I can appreciate that as a woman. But and blue collar workers, I would say, also look down on white collar workers because they feel like they work so much harder, right? And then feel like that they're not respected for the work that they do, while white collar workers just kind of sit behind a desk, right?
Yeah, but
So
it's common for guys not to respect guys.
So let
Like,
me say
because
this.
we compete with guys. But
So
on the flip side, we're not trying to date guys. We're trying to date women. And the
mhm.
women who, what we do helps provide for the avenues for the things that you do. And then they look at you crazy like, wait a minute, this dude worked hard. He been working hard for years and he only made 50K. She just started working, made 90K that she's only been working for 3 years. And then you're just like, now this man don't qualify for you because he's not even in the same class as me. He don't know how I spend my money. He don't know how I live my life. So now you're saying it's about class, but when in reality, like, I think that I agree with you, mistaken on this point, that there is a different skill set that is needed for the women of today. But that's also the problem. The women of today, you would argue, ain't the same women that most men have wanted over the course of time. And then you add the mentality, you add the sexual behavior. So you add all of these things. to the dating market, and then guys is like, well, shoot, I've been lied to, just like the women been lied to. You told me women were like this, women was like this. If I do this and I do this, I should be able to get a woman. But in reality, since the thought processes of the women changes and the experiences of the women continue to add to their trauma and to their fear, now you have to quote unquote change how you operate just to get a woman that doesn't even operate similar to the women that they really want.
So this is the thing, because I wanted to go back that way. I was trying to get in there. So those options of jobs, everybody has those options, right? So if I'm learning something and I realize computers are the next big thing, I have an option. I can either continue what I'm doing, or I can say, okay, I have to move with the time. Now I'm gonna go get a computer certification. Everybody has the same opportunity to go into whatever career they want to go into, right? That's the one you chose. Okay, if you do your research, listen to what I'm saying. When you do it, especially today's age, you should be able to do. We tell students all the time, do your research. What it is that you want to go into, find out what the salary is. Is it a shortage in that area? Do they need workers? These are the skills that are needed. It's called doing your research, right? Before you pick your career. Okay.
I agree that you have the choice.
Let me finish, please. So you have a choice into what you want to go into. That's first and foremost. Second, you have to, when it comes to picking a mate, well, first of all, we all have struggles. Women have struggles when it comes to men have struggles. Y'all all want the same women, and you want them to. There are tons of women. There's a million. We said the same thing to women. There's tons of men, but y'all all want the same men. The same thing for men. Y'all, if there are tons of women who may fit what you want them to be, but you don't want them, because they don't look a certain way. They ain't the city girl. They ain't the popular Instagram model with the nice body. You overlook them. So the problem is, this is the issue. These people exist. The woman that you want, she does exist. You just don't want her. You don't. And the same goes for women. It's not just men, it's women too. These people exist. And as far as there was something other point, I just couldn't, but go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you that there are people that both sides overlook to a degree, right? But overwhelmingly, a lot of the things that
way more people that people overlook than it is people that they're looking at.
Yes, but you got to understand why they're overlooked.
Let them finish.
Marcus.
That's how you just did him.
Facts. You just did. No respect.
Let them finish.
No, because I was trying to get in there and they kept going back, and I had my hand up, and I'm like, y'all don't see my hand up, but go ahead.
I was just going back with you, but it's
Okay,
I know how to wait my turn. I know how to be a good little kid.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But no, so it's like I agree that both sides overlook certain things, right? But you got to understand with the way that men and women have transitioned, the things that make women attractive to men that has shifted as far as how women are operating. Same thing. A lot of the things that made men.
Can you name some of those things? Like, can you be more specific, about naming those?
Well, first of all, being modest to some degree.
Okay.
Not having at least 10 bodies before you leave high school. Like actually caring about how to cook and how to clean and how to be cooperative to a degree, and understand that, listen, this dude ain't trying to do nothing wrong to you. He just has a certain way of doing things, and he would need you to do XYZ for him to do what he needs to do. Like those kind of things are a lot of things that a lot of women aren't trying to do. They make a butt ton of money. They get other people to cook the food. They get other people to clean. And like, truth be told, it's just like, what you're naturally attracted to is what you're attracted to. There's not really much that you could do about that. But on the point that you were making in regards to, everybody has a choice. I agree. Everybody has a choice to choose what jobs, right? But you probably know better than I do that even if you put men and women in the same course, like there are certain things that some boys and girls gravitate to than others. Like some people need more physical demonstration. Some people can't just sit in a room and learn information. So you have these jobs that don't require as much physical work, but they require more mental and they pay more. So you're almost getting punished for doing what you're naturally good at to a degree because it might not make you as much money long term.
Do you think
No,
men? Oh,
no, I agree with that, but I too want to understand. I don't know why, and this is another thing that I have a problem with when guys talk, because you just gave a whole bunch of things that men like in women, but yet you get mad when women tell you what they like in men. So we're supposed to forget what we like. It
No, no,
doesn't
no,
matter
no,
what
no, 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 no. A
they're,
lot of men understand what women
okay.
like because we
Okay.
hear you tell us all the time, and
Right.
we actually quote what you like. But sometimes you figure out sometimes what women like might not necessarily be what they're attracted to. So that's when you start having a battle because the
Mm,
reality is we know ultimately you want security and stability to some degree, right?
for sure.
So whether it is emotional security, whether it's financial security, you want to live in a nice house, you want to feel like you're safe, you
Wait,
want him.
quick question, just for clarification, so I can follow what you're saying. When you said women, what women like, they might necessarily be attracted to. You're saying like the things that you just named, like security and all of those things. They say that they like those things, but then go after a man that doesn't give them that.
Correct.
Okay, got you. All right.
Just like when many times we have these conversations where a girl that's making X amount of dollars is having sex with a guy with no dollars. He doesn't provide the security of the things that he needs because you realize that when women get older, they become more practical. When they're younger, a lot of the practicality sometimes fades or isn't there yet because you haven't experienced enough issues to show you otherwise. So what happens is we judge women the same in their 20s and then in their 40s, not realizing like, yo, listen, you should have some grace for women to continue to grow, mature, and this, that, and the third. However, the weight of your decisions when you was 20, 18, 17, and your free choice has led you to pick up issues and problems along the way. And then the brother who gets you when you finally are more understanding, he got to deal with the stuff that you've been through for the last 20 years.
We all
Now,
do.
I
Yeah,
know,
because
but
I'm
the
saying,
way that we
because I'm
deal with it is different.
Right.
yes,
Exactly. Yeah, it's different, but it doesn't mean that we're not dealing with your baggage that comes along with all of the stuff that you been through and imparted on it, with relationships as well. You got burned by a woman, so now you have trust issues. So now we have to do a lot of the emotional labor to try to, you know, find a connection to help you, bring that down and build up your emotional intelligence so you can better connect with us. And some men never do.
so
You know
you
what
think
I'm saying? It's a different kind of baggage, but it's baggage yet still. Everybody comes with their issues that they have to deal with.
do you think that women expect men to be the stability factor within a relationship emotionally?
what did you say? I'm sorry, Marcus. I blanked out. Go ahead. What'd you say
Do
again?
you think that women expect men to be the stable, like emotional person, like to be grounded and to be the person that grounds both of you in a relationship?
I would say, yeah, I would definitely think so. But if I had to be honest, I would think not that you guys look for us to be emotionally grounded, but I think you guys would want us to be emotionally, um, what's the word that I'm looking for? Emotionally disciplined as well, right?
Are
So
most women emotionally disciplined?
I would say neither most men or women aren't. Again, I think what happens is because men view things from a different lens because of their experiences with women. So they're looking from a male perspective and dealing with women. So it's going to be specific things that they're going to pick up and be like, oh, all women do this, right? And versus a woman coming from a woman perspective and viewing a male from that perspective. And we're going to see things like, all men do that, right? So it's not that neither one of us are having issues. We both are. It's just that the things that we look for are different.
Can you name something you think all men do that women in general dislike or have issue with, or most
One
women?
of the first thing that pops
Cheating.
into my mind is the fact that there's a level of expectation in terms of like y'all just don't be noticing shit. Oops. Well, I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. Shit is
I
a great
I
word
don't.
on the podcast.
Y'all just don't. Y'all can. I think I've said this before. Like y'all can drop something on the floor or have urine all over the toilet, and it will stay there. It will literally stay there. Like y'all don't see your socks on the floor or see, and it will stay there until somebody points it out and be like, "Are you gonna pick up? Are you gonna wipe that up? Are you gonna?" And I thought it was just me, to be honest, until I actually started talking to like my sister, and then I talked to my brother. He was like, "Yeah, my wife get on me about the same thing." So I'm beginning to learn that that is just a man thing. And then I read something specifically about that. That is true that y'all literally sometimes just really don't see it. And in our minds, we're like, how can you not see it? So I found out that those are certain things, traits that are just men. That's the first example that popped into my head. I've
Shane, you
tried
want to
to compete and wait it out. Like I'm gonna wait it out. I'm gonna see how long it's gonna take.
You
I
said something that
I never
irritates me
win.
about me.
I never win.
So what was the question again?
He was saying, what are some things as women that we see in men?
That irritates you that most men do.
I don't necessarily. I don't like to say most men because I don't know most men. I haven't observed most men.
Most
But
of
what
the men
I
you
can,
dated or interacted
That
with.
you've had
Yeah.
experience with.
or I've just been around. Period.
Mhm.
Right. And I'm just gonna say in this generation of dating, because I know a lot of married men and they do everything right. Like they're like so the bomb. But I'm talking about in the dating realm. I think that foresight. They don't they live a lot in the moment and don't foresee, like for example, risky behavior. Like you complain about baby mamas, but you keep sticking your penis in her raw. Like it make that make sense. If you know you don't want to wipe this chick, you know she is below your caliber. Why are you sticking your penis in her raw? Like it's stuff like that irks the. It's like, sir, you don't care about your health. You don't care about what you're doing to the person that you do love. Maybe you're cheating with her and you're going back to another woman. You don't think about the consequences ahead of time. It's the risky behavior is like really for me. And then the blaming on the other person because of the risk that you took. Like you took that risk. So that bothers me. Another thing that bothers me is even as it relates to like community talk, right? When we're on these panels and we're saying these are the things that we need to do to strengthen the community, and we always have people who no, let's not. You can sit here and put all this data together. We're better together, and they'll fight not to be together. Yeah, does that make sense? Because it's better, it's funner. Not, I like to play the field. I like to. So
You say
that's
they're doing that?
I say in these spaces.
I feel like they fighting to get people together. They just want women to do what they want them to do.
And that's another thing that we see too. You called it out. That right there is another thing. We
Like
don't get
it sounds like
you
a
just
whole
pick
lot.
up your own
I want her to do everything I want her to do, but you don't care about what it is that she wants you to do to make. Because this is the thing what men need to understand about women. If a woman is into you, she's going to do whatever you want her to do. She will. Have you ever met a woman who is in love with you? She's got all these standards, and all them motherfuckers just fall on down when she meets your butt. You understand?
So stuff that she don't even want to do.
She don't even want to do. Okay.
So let me ask you a question. If God did everything that you wanted him to do, would you treat him the same?
No.
So no,
That's
no, 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 no. So
absolutely.
no, 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 no. So,
There's a
what I'm saying
difference.
is,
That's not
if
what
you
we
were to die, no, I
See,
didn't say. Especially, this is the thing. This is just be let me be very clear. If he was the man that you needed him to be for
go.
himself,
Okay, yeah, yeah.
not doing everything for her, but for he is the man that you need him to be. Meaning, whether you're there or not, he is the man, right? She's going to want to do things for you. It's going to be natural for her to want to do things for her. If she don't cook and you want to cook, she's going to be a cook. She's going to go take some classes. Trust and believe you're going to have a meal. You understand? But it's not about you catering to her. Women like to cater to men. Even the women who like people catering to them, it's the man she has catered to. Trust and believe. It's just not you.
I
I
agree.
agree. But can I address the two things that you guys brought up that you dislike about men?
What is it?
The interesting thing about both of those things is not that they don't see it, and it's not that they don't have
Well, you have
foresight.
to repeat what we said because we said a lot. What are you?
It's the two.
Well, you brought up foresight was one of your
Mhm.
issues,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Foresight
Mistaken,
involving risky behavior.
The rest
yeah,
of
Mhm.
and
Mark,
mistaken.
you know you
She
blacked
brought
out,
up
right?
the fact that we don't see the things that's left around consistently. Like we just it's just not in our view. In
Mm-hmm.
actuality, we seen it when it happened. It's just that we don't care about it the way that you care about it. Same thing with the foresight. Most guys know, hey, this is a bad idea, but there's a number of dudes that will continue to do that, myself included. I will continue to do some stupid stuff, and I've done some stupid stuff. Matter of fact, the other day, I went to walk and I put on probably about a 10-pound vest on. I knew right out the gate this was going to be a terrible idea. But I said, you know what? I'm going to suffer through it anyway. And like I knew, it was a bad idea. I did it anyway, but there's just certain things that it's just not that we're not paying attention. Matter of fact, we pay attention more than you do. It's just that we care less than you do. You guys care a
Think you're
lot
being,
more
yeah.
about stuff than what we
Maybe
do.
that's
We'll literally see you complaining. She's just complaining. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing and just keep moving. Just is what it is.
within
And
that.
like I said, if we did everything that you wanted us to do, you would not treat us the same.
It's in the right areas though. I I think that's the difference. It's not that we want a little a peon that we could just
Do
tell
boy.
to do right whatever we want to do. That's not the case.
I gotta
We
give me some.
want, just like y'all want cooperation, we look for that too. But I think when you guys talk about cooperation, it's about exactly what you said. You want us to do whatever you want us to do. And I think that's where that the power struggle comes in, is because we're both looking for the other person to fulfill our needs in a way that they may not necessarily want to, in a sense that, like, for example, my biggest thing I hate with chores, the biggest thing I hate doing is the dishes. I've been like that ever since I have been, when I had to start learning how to do dishes, right? That's the one chore I hated. My husband hates that chore too. But I was the default dishwasher because I was the woman. However, I worked just as many hours as he did, sometime longer. And the expectation was for me to cook and clean and take care of kids. And I think that is where, for women, the issue lies, is that a lot of times that burden of knowing that we have to actually um, put in the amount of work that we do to help with the family, and then to still not get the respect because it's an expectation that we should still do all those things. So we're carrying such a huge load, and that y'all just think that that's okay. You're supposed to do that, and it's not. Not when we're talking about cooperation. And that's what we mean. When we're saying cooperation, it's like having the understanding that I'm working hard just like you do. regardless of what my job is. I'm putting in 8 hours, I'm putting in 10 hours, whatever my job is, to come home. And then you ask me to do a whole second job that I'm not getting appreciated for either one. Because the first one is saying you're getting paid for it, so I have an expectation that you do what you're getting paid for. Then the other one you come home to, and is you don't necessarily get paid money, but it's still the same expectation that this is what I expect you to do, so just do it and do it without complaint. And that just, when you look at it like that, it just does not make any sense. It doesn't.
It's so, and just to add on to what Mistaken is saying, let's just be clear. I know so many men who help out in the kitchen. I know so many men who help out in the house, right? Realistically speaking, men, unless you got an asshole, most men help out their wives, okay? But again, if you do get a man and you know that majority of taking care of the kids is going to fall on you, because a lot of men are just not really good with kids, okay? Or if you know all of this work is going to fall on you, that's why women are so picky, because they're like, I gotta find a man I even want to do that stuff for. You know, to do that stuff for a guy I barely like. I can barely like you, and we'll see each other every once in a while, you know. But to put on this responsibility of making sure you're fed, making sure all of these things about you are taken care of. I don't really want to be with you. Like, it wholeheartedly want to be with you. We keep we get mad when people don't want to be with us. If they don't want to be with us, let them go. They're just not for you. We can't force people to want to be in these roles with us. We can't. It never works out in your favor in that way. But yeah, I just wanted to add that. That's all. And you know what's so crazy? I think half of the problem is toxicity. I think when you ask, men who do these things, it goes back to the whole good guys finish last, right? That whole conversation. But I would argue that good girls finish last as well. Good girls and good guys. Unfortunately, people just eat both ways. I'm sorry, I don't know why.
So I think good girls get what they want 9 times out of 10, unless it's like an attraction.
They don't.
Because they want the bad guy too.
And if that's what they want, then they get them a lot of times.
They don't. They get ran through. They get they get pushed along and used, but they do not get. So this is the thing. Let me clarify this, because this came up on my chat. It does not count if you're not married. It does not count if you're not married. Unless you're in a long-term committed relationship with a life partner and y'all know y'all life partners, y'all are locked in. It is not that boyfriend and girlfriend bullshit. I wish y'all would throw it out the window. It's just a word that y'all have made up to make you feel connected, that y'all are giving each other privileges, okay? So when I say she's not winning, what? Because she's his girlfriend? What is that gonna do? She's still living in her house. So she goes to her house. He goes to his house. He's able to live his life. There's no type of provision there. There's no type of responsibility there. He's not taking responsibility of her. How is she winning?
Hey, Shane.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there an engagement ring on your hand?
Oh no, that's the wrong. So I took it off because I washed my hands a few minutes ago, and I just put it back on the wrong hand. It should be on this one. But sometimes, honey, when I don't feel like being bothered, I throw that ring on there. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Now I see a kid. I'm like, oh, let me change this ring. I'm joking, y'all. Go ahead, HD. I'm sorry. But go ahead.
Marcus got it. That's why I kept turning my head. I was just like,
I had just washed my hands. I washed my cup, took my ring off to rinse my cup because I had coffee and I put tea in there. And so when I did that, I don't like my rings to be on my hand. So then I put it on.
I just need you to make sure that ring stays on that side, because while Nas gone, we need to get our super chats from you.
Also, Nas got the super chats. That's my responsibility. So do for you, baby.
You know, so
It's that
I
old
understand.
school.
I
I'm the
apologize that
person
I kind of want to
I'm
pimp you out
old
for extra money. You
school.
know,
It's so funny, y'all. This is a real conversation. My girlfriend said, "Shan, you know why you can't get married? Because you working on like you remember those old computers? She had the name of what was the old Dell computers we watched play Oregon Trail with the floppy disk.
Um,
She, she said your way of
Dolph.
dating is like Oregon Trail. She said you have to keep up with the times. You're outdated. You have to date like the new.
a
I'm
cold
It's
blooded.
off my date.
She called me Oregon Trail. So I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be able to pull them out. Unless there's some old men in the chat. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm sorry.
What was I about to ask you? Y'all kind
Mhm.
of had so all right. Let me just say, black men are the most helpful in the household. We know this.
Agreed.
Black, so we can take that one off the table.
But in the
Wait, hold
household,
on.
they're not in
Hold
it.
on.
See, this is the thing,
It's
Mark.
looking at what you're comparing things to. So I tell my kids this in class. A lot of times they compare themselves like, well, at least I got a 70 because everybody else in the class got a 40, right? So you're
Yeah.
comparing
That's a win. What do you mean?
What they
Hold
do.
on.
Or the
Oh, the
best
curve,
everybody else.
the bell
But
curve.
what I'm saying is you're comparing yourself to the low fruit, the low target, the bottom of the barrel, as opposed to looking at the 70 and seeing where the other kids are and saying, damn, I fell short. I'm gonna work harder next time because I want to be up here. And I think that's the problem. So yes, y'all are helping more in the house when compared to others. So I'm not going to take that from you. I like you can appreciate that when you're comparing to somebody who's not doing anything at all. But it doesn't mean that you can't do better.
What if men said that like about BMI?
Hmm?
Body
Say that.
mass index.
What if they said what?
Like, yeah, you not the worst, but we want to get you to the top 90%.
Oh, men
That's a
do.
fair
What
statement.
are you talking
Is that a
about?
fair statement? Okay. I'm just Oh, you
Y'all
don't agree, HD?
men,
No,
especially
because the
experiences.
things that men want from women, most men typically don't get that from women. So they make adjustments more so than women do on that front.
What do they
And
want?
I think that you said what?
What they want?
They want listen, men be wanting everything, but we know we're not gonna get it. And so they
Like
make the
what?
adjustment.
What are y'all
You
not getting?
you think that guys want Instagram baddies. They might like looking at Instagram baddies, but they subconsciously men judge a woman based upon her looks, and he think about is this something worth me going after, right? Because the guys that's just going to shoot no matter what, listen, it don't matter what kind of woman he gonna shoot because he's just a shooter. But most guys ain't shooters. They literally just walk in the gym and they hope to get picked. You know what I'm saying? They literally hope to
That's
be
started from a
accountable.
loser standpoint right there. All that's the we starting out wrong. Let's
Yeah,
get our game
but
up. So let's
the
get our
thing
game up
is
tonight.
that
Listen,
most men aren't used or accustomed to being the type of man that most women want. They're accustomed to be the man that their parents told you that you should be, which is be nice, be respectful, don't do nothing crazy. Now, if he's attractive physically, him being nice isn't going to be as much of a detriment. But if he's not really attractive physically and he's a nice guy, he's going to get passed by the guy that's not nice, who's also attractive. And then you have to understand, like, yo, men are most likely going to settle and understand and make caveats for women.
well, you just said he wasn't attractive. He got to settle just like if she wasn't attractive, she would have to settle, right?
I mean, everybody got to settle because all settling means is that you have an agreement. That's all that means.
Who
No,
has
so
an
now you
issue with settling
settlement,
though? Do
huh?
men or
No, they
women
got the issue
typically
with the
have an
They
way
issue
that
with
settling
settling?
both do,
sounds, but they are
because
perfectly fine
we've
with settling.
talked about how when a man, if he's in a position where he meets a woman where he's settled, right? He's okay with his decision until he blow up. And once he ends up making money, he ends up going after the woman that he really wanted. So yes, men settle, but if they're ever in the opportunity to choose their ideal person that they would have liked to have been with, and they get in a financial position that would give them access, they will definitely try that.
But
So
a lot of guys want multiple women by design. They might not want to
So-
be in relationship with multiple women, but most of the time when you're talking to men, they can date a white woman, they can date an Asian woman, they can date an Indian woman, they can date a woman that believes in God, a woman that doesn't believe in God. Listen, we accept women as women.
you
That's
don't.
what we do.
And agree to
You,
monogamy.
you
And
don't
agree to
accept
monogamy.
women as
And
women
agree
because
to it.
listen, you don't accept women as women because you just sat there and said by design, but then you get mad at a woman for wanting a man who is higher than her, and that's by design. That hypergamy is by design.
But listen, the smart guys recognize that and they act according.
No, but then y'all add a caveat to it.
There's
The
always a caveat because guess
right.
what? You know
The
why there's always a
caveat is,
caveat?
well,
Because
if
guess
you're
what?
gonna be
It
that dude
is
and we're
life
doing the
ain't
hypergamy
fair.
thing, then you need to accept that I'm not gonna be the loyalty thing, or should I say the faithful thing. I just looked up the difference between those two earlier, loyalty and faithfulness. I kind of thought those were synonymous in my mind when you're talking about relationship, but I just kind of looked that up because it was a thing going around that you have $5 to spend. I don't know if you seen it. I texted
No, what is it?
Shan.
Explain it.
That said, if you had $5 to spend, this was for a woman, and then I'll read you the men's. So and someone has sent this to me, and I really had to think about it. So it said that if you had $5 to spend, build your ideal man. So this is the things that was listed. Handsome, $2. Can cook, $1. Six-pack, $2. Rich, $5. Loyal, $2. Faithful, $3. Intelligent, $2. Confident, $2. Amazing sex, $3. Right? And so you had to spend your $5 in those categories. And I was like, well, loyal and faithful. I'm like, well, that's one and the same. And I was like, well, no, they have faithful as $3 and loyal as $2. Let me look up the difference. Because I kind of, like I said, put both of those things into the same category. And
you decided you wanted a loan.
I think I prefer loyalty. Like don't get me wrong, I want faithfulness, but once I looked at the difference, I was like, I think I prefer loyalty over faithfulness. Yeah, so I chose loyalty, but I chose
What else did you buy? Okay.
So I'm a bargain shopper, so I want to get the most for my money. So I'd rather have 3 qualities. So mine was can cook only because that was the only one that was a dollar. And then loyal and intelligent, because I figured if you were intelligent, we can work on all of the other stuff. You will find a way to get rich. The other stuff can be worked on. So
what if he determined to never change? Will you consistently be in that relationship mad he didn't become what you want him to become?
No. I don't think I mean, I'm not gonna say that I wouldn't have my up days or that, because I do now at times when certain things get on your nerve and you'd be like, man, I wish he just did da 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 da. So I would probably still have that, but in terms of not being happy in my relationship because he has the grounding of what I need for it to be a relationship of substance, I would be okay. Let me read you the men one and let me see what you put. All right. So you have $5. Beautiful, $2. Can cook, $1. Nice body, $2. Rich, $5. Loyal, $2. Faithful, $3, intelligent $2, submissive $2, amazing sex $3.
These prices is inflated. You need to bring them down because there's no
This
way
is
to
the
build a
real
one of
dating
them.
market. If you want this,
No,
gonna be hard.
ours was inflated
Right.
too. Go ahead and answer the question.
That's why they call it wholeflation.
Just
Well,
trying to
what if
get it down.
what,
It
what
was
if you
hard.
got I gotta have more than $5. We gotta have more than $5. Our
Nope.
prices was much higher than y'all's.
Listen,
Weren't they?
$5.
Look, it's a couple of them things you can't even get two of them together.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That
We
wasn't
didn't
the
get
same for y'all. I didn't hear
it
multiple
was
$3
$5.
things. I didn't hear
That's why I
multiple
said
$3 things for
being
y'all.
faithful and loyal. I didn't want to have to choose between those two because
No, I'm saying if I picked two beautiful or one of them was $3, it was another one that was $3. So you can't even get two
it was
qualities in the same
$3.
person.
The only ones that were $3 were faithful and amazing sex.
For women?
Yeah, with your $5. You're building your woman with $5.
Right. Do you
What?
get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I
no.
get what you're saying.
On y'all's, did you have two things that cost $3?
Yes, the same three that I just the same two that I read to you. Those were the same for the woman as well.
All right, I'm gonna go beautiful, submissive.
But then you done. I think
You at
submissive
$4
was
and could
free.
cook. Beautiful, submissive, and could cook. That's your $5.
What are all the two sections?
Beautiful,
What
submissive,
we
and
got for two?
What you got for two? Beautiful, nice body, loyal, intelligent, and submissive.
Okay, what we got for one?
Can cook.
That's it.
Oh, so now cooking ain't all that important.
Wait, because you said beautiful.
It's amazing how cooking ain't all that important when all the other stuff is taken into consideration.
Marcus, you said beautiful, submissive, and what?
Like we'll do takeout.
Cook. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's all I could get. It was only one other thing for $1, right?
Okay.
So
listen.
This surprised me. I would have thought that you would have picked one of the $3 ones.
What was the $3 one?
That's something else. The only $3 ones was faithful and amazing sex.
Nah, I'm gonna go with beautiful, submissive, and could cook. I keep those. Because if she's submissive, then we can have amazing sex. Aha. If she's submissive, then she gonna be loyal and faithful. Ha ha. If she's submissive, I can get her body right too. Ha.
You can be submissive, but that doesn't mean you're gonna be faithful.
If you submissive, you doing everything I'm telling you to do.
Listen, so check this out though. Check this out. It's amazing how cooking is so important to you got $5.
No, that's because that's
men
the only
understand
one.
y'all women
That's
don't
the
cook
only
no
$1
more.
choice.
So they make the adjustment.
Right, but they was trying to figure out something else that was $4 they could trade the cooking out with. Like, what else was on there for $1? Okay, I guess I take cooking.
Somebody else said they need to get a loan. They need to get more money. HD, what one was yours?
I can't have nobody else in my vagina. So it's got to be
faithful.
Number one.
Okay, so faithful. You got $2 left.
All right, what are the twos?
Beautiful, nice body, loyal, intelligent, submissive.
Oh, I'm screwed. You said intelligent, submissive.
Change that H to a C. I think you meant to say cooker, not hooker.
No, he meant he gonna take his dollar and buy him a hooker.
Cooker. A cook was only $1.
No.
Let me see. You said submissive is 2. You said beauty is 2. You said body is 2. You said intelligent is 2. You said loyal is 2. This is hard. I'm choosing between either intelligent or beauty. I'm torn between those two
Torn in between
because
two.
you can grow a lot of qualities, right? You can grow a lot of qualities, but if you don't look physically appealing, I'm kind of in trouble. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go with faithful and beauty.
Okay. Shan, what was yours?
Really? Okay, I'm gonna go mine real fast. Do it again for the girls.
All right. For the women, handsome, $2. Can cook, $1. Six pack, $2. Rich, $5. Two, loyal, $2. Faithful, $3. Intelligent, $2. Confident, $2. Amazing sex, $3.
I just want to be note that I'm not rich, but I got all the rest of that shit. So what do I deserve? How many more?
I like the intellect. I love a smart dude. You know.
Okay. So you got $3 more left.
And so, what was the and handsome?
Okay, you got $1 left. So cook.
Make sure.
Okay.
As long as you can barbecue, get on the grill, because that is so sexy to me.
I did no. You picked handsome. Okay, yeah, I didn't pick that. That was I ain't gonna lie. That was my first pick. I did handsome, and then I did handsome, intelligent, and then I had the dollar left.
Handsome and intelligent. Oh, I got me.
Yeah. That's what I had first. But then,
so my kids will be nice looking and they'll be smart.
I started looking long term, right? So that's what made me switch mine after I thought about it more, because I'm like, handsome looks are gonna fade. Loyalty,
DNA.
That's forever. Thinking about what that loyalty looks like in my old age. So that's why I changed my mind and said I'd rather loyalty over looks.
Handsome and smart.
Yo,
if he's smart,
that was
he's loyal.
That was unfair. There was nothing fair about the guy's side. That was just disrespectful.
It was
Clara
basically
came up with that with your
mine wasn't fair.
What are you talking about?
The same thing.
Y'all can get over a man not being
What about
good looking. Y'all can't deal with no man that ain't good looking.
It depends on what you prioritize.
Don't sit up here
it depends on that's me. It depends on what you prioritize, because it's women who are with men who are not lookers because of their
right.
I can't be that person.
That's what I was gonna say. It all depends on what you prioritize. I think most people want another attractive mate. I think that's a given. But just like this, you got $5, you gotta choose, and you gotta start eliminating what is what is gonna be foundational. Are looks gonna really help me when I'm old? Gonna wipe my ass when I can't wipe my ass? You know what I'm saying? Looks ain't gonna do that.
It's definitely gonna help you. It's gonna make you want to make sure that you don't die.
Right, just like I think loyalty will.
Well, no. So loyal. So okay. So when you have a person,
somebody that's loyal would do that as well.
Right, but I was thinking more of like, if I'm gonna have kids, what do I want my kids to be like? Right. So I took the handsome and I took the intellect to pass on to my children. Right. So when it comes to me, I guess because that's what I think of first. As it comes to me, if he's smart, he gonna be loyal. Because if he ain't, he should be smart enough to foresee. Never mind. I will be crazy. I will not be crazy on a podcast.
See, AP, you're thinking along the lines of what I was saying. So he said, if a woman is loyal to a man, you're more likely to get faithfulness. In my mind, that's what I was thinking until I thought about, nah, not necessarily.
You can cheat, but I'm still loyal to you. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think men are able to separate that. I had a hard time separating it because I just felt like those two go hand in hand. But I realized that as a man, y'all separate those two. Like, I can be loyal, but me being faithful is totally different than me being loyal. I just can't grasp that
concept. And the reason why you don't separate it is because the way that the woman's brain is wired. Mm-hmm. Y'all put stuff together and we tear it apart. We can put this over here, put this over here, but y'all are better multitaskers than most men. Women are much better typically at multitasking than men are. But men, once they focus on something, they're a little bit better with a single focus than with a multi-focus.
Why you didn't
Okay,
choose
so
submissive, HD? I'm curious.
Why? I said I didn't choose submissive
because he
because
likes
that can be taught.
intellect.
You can train. You can teach her. Look, I'm gonna give you the
You
definition of
can't teach
submission.
faithfulness. He's right.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
can't teach that.
Ready to conform to the authority or will of other.
But
Meekly
that's what I'm
obedient.
trying to tell you. Submissiveness does not necessarily equate, just like how y'all are able to separate faithfulness and loyalty, submissiveness and faithfulness can be separated for women. I can be submissive to you in your presence. When I'm outside of your presence, that don't mean I gotta be submissive.
Okay,
You
well
understand
then
what I'm saying?
under that same jargon, I could say, all right, my rule is you can't go outside. Now what?
Well, then in that case, I'm stuck. But realistically,
Okay,
how
so
are you really going to enforce that?
okay,
Who's
so
working it?
Listen, but the reason why I didn't choose submissiveness is because if you can't even play the game if you don't look a certain type of way, like you can't. That's like saying you got a submissive woman that you don't think is attractive to you. Like it don't matter if she's submissive; she's not attractive to you, and you have to understand.
You
Like,
can go buy a submissive woman. Let her be the
it's just like
Not with that $5, you're not.
that's what I'm saying.
You can
So
pay her to, be
that's why I'm just like, hey, listen, like I feel like to some degree you can kind of train certain women, but I need a
a
baseline
submissive
of those
woman.
two things.
But
A submissive
really
woman.
think if you are single, this would be a great icebreaker or something to do on a date. And it will give you a lot of insight on the person that you are interested in based on what they choose as priority. I think this will be a great date.
So Miss Taken, what insight did our questions reveal?
Which would
Either me
matters
and-
to you the most? I think
Yeah, I'm
that
saying, what did me and HD? What does that say about us?
Okay.
Things we picked.
Yeah, we gotta move
So,
on in a second. Let's go.
like y'all have been consistently saying, y'all do prioritize looks. So looks are important. And then let me see what else y'all said. Well, you didn't have $1 left over. Marcus did. Yeah, this is pretty much what y'all have been saying, that like being pretty is something that you're attracted to. So you want to be attractive to whoever you're with. The cooking, I think, is important, but I think it's just because you had $1 left over, you just threw that in there. So that lets me know that cooking's negotiable.
Well, so here's the thing. My wife couldn't cook, but she was submissive, so she learned to cook because I wanted her to cook.
Exactly.
That's
Right.
why I'm saying submissive is
that's
the ultimate thing.
That's my point. You were saying, what insight can I get from that? And this is what I'm gathering.
Okay.
And so you said submissive. So I would think that since you chose that is something that's very important to you. And for me, let's say I was a woman, that I know that that's something that I would have a hard time doing. That would be the point of conversation I would have to you. I would have to dig deeper into, what does submission look like to you? What does that mean? Because I need to get a better understanding of what that looks. Because for some men, submission is you just do whatever I say, like the equating submission to slavery, versus a type of submission that I'm going to make sure that you are provided for, taken care of, and under that, type of environment, then submission to me would look a lot different. So I would have to dig a little deeper about what submission looks like to you.
Do you think women like sexual slavery for that man?
I would think some women do. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's a whole fetish thing that's out there. So yeah.
Yeah, you can't teach beauty. If she don't look good, she don't look good.
Mm-hmm. And so for you, HD,
you can teach people. No, that's not true. You can definitely, a person can. You've seen these videos. These people can doll themselves up.
But you're still not beautiful. All you did was just cover up what you really look like.
Tell her where to make up to sleep.
So HD, you said faithful and beauty. I guess that sums that up. Is not anything deeper that I need to read into that. That all of these other things are, to me, everything else on here is negotiable.
Yeah, because you can't play the game without her at least being somewhat attractive.
So we know everything that we learned today, we already knew about men. Men, like, physical attraction means a lot to a man, right? And it goes back to the reason why I think the internet, the smoke about why women aren't doing certain things, because usually the smoke comes when women on the internet are the most attractive women. Whenever they say the wow that comes out their mouth, they take it like, this is the problem, blah, 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 right? And they're not speaking for all women. It's just those are the women that you want. Does that make sense? Going back to what I was saying earlier?
No, they be out of pocket.
They are out of pocket. That's not what I'm saying. You're right. They are out of pocket. But the problem is they blow up what those women are saying just because it's almost like, you remember how I said the other week, we were talking about interracial relationships and we were like, we only care when it's a person that we desire. It goes back to that whole thing. You don't care if it's a person you don't desire who's with a person. It's the same logic when it comes to you guys. When it's a woman that y'all desire and she's saying this foul stuff, y'all like, oh, blow it all out of proportion. When there are millions of women that you probably don't desire, though, are doing that.
So can I ask you a question? Do you think that majority of the women that show their face online are unattractive women?
I think they're average.
Normal, average women.
So you think it's normal, average women, right? The thing is that guys are fine with normal, average women. But when the role is reversed, most women ain't fine with normal, average-looking dudes.
I bet
that's a lie.
Most people are average. Period. So
when I see people in relationships, there ain't no lookers you with. Like, I've seen plenty of women in relationships. I've seen more women in relationships with men I don't find to be attractive than men I find to be attractive.
But you see a lot of attractive people. What do you mean?
The men that I find to be attractive are out here playing the streets. The people who are
more in line with you, I've seen more women that I would say is more attractive than their partner. Than the opposite.
Yeah, because that's literally what I just said.
It's not.
I said faithful and beauty. So she can look better than me, but I don't need to look better than her.
But you just asked the question after you made your thing. You just said women aren't willing to, but they are. They do it. There are more women who are not choosing attractive mates to marry, be with, all of those things. Usually she's the more attractive person in the relationship.
But most
very rare do I see a handsome man with a girl that is, I don't want to say ugly, but I'll say average, or not along the lines of like, man, he could have got something way better.
I seen
what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely. Usually if I see a handsome dude, he typically has a nice looking girlfriend. When he doesn't, you be looking like, ooh, how she, okay, girlfriend.
But like AP just said, AP just made a point. Absolutely. But HD's argument was that women don't date men they don't feel, that are not attractive. And that's just not true.
That's y'all definitely not dating no dude y'all not attracted to. Neither one of y'all would.
No, our attraction is different. We can look beyond looks and be attracted to something else about a guy. We're able, like y'all say, y'all able to separate. That's on the woman's side. We're able to separate some other things. So you may, just like Shane brought up the point, for some women, that wallet looks very attractive. So I'm attracted to that. Screw the looks. I could deal with the, you're not looking good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think AP just said Flavor Flav had baddies. Everybody, if we look at a look scale, we know that Flavor Flav is at 0. Everybody knows that. But he was able to have baddies because of access, right? Either money or access to other rappers that they could potentially end up meeting, access to opportunity. So that's
But
what a woman would look for. She would prioritize that over looks.
yeah, but that's the exception, not the rule. Flavor Flav, if he was not the money making, the popular status guy he wouldn't have a chance.
That's what we're
But
saying. That's what she just
That's
said.
what we're saying.
I know I'm agreeing with that, but you're
No.
saying that just because my point was average women do not want average looking men. That's my point. That's all my
We
point
said
is.
that earlier. We said neither party would want average if they can have above average.
But
But the
the thing
truth of
is,
the matter is most people are average. So the average people get together.
yeah,
Most
but
men and
men
women
are
are
more
average.
likely to choose an average woman younger, right? Than a woman would choose an average guy younger. Y'all not choosing the average
Oh,
guy
my goodness.
early in life. Y'all choosing the
In a
average
younger
guy
age.
later in life.
Again, it's still different. I would
I
say
mean,
like in
it could
high
be
school, we're
different, but
talking about like being in high school, right? Everybody wants the jock, everybody wants the popular guy, the jocks want the popular cheerleader, you know what I'm saying? So in that regard, yes, I would say when you get out of high school, I would say even in college, when you're exposed to other guys that may have I would say how we were talking about like maybe money, right? You broke, you in college, a lot of college girls meet men outside of college, right? Who are established or whatever. They're going to go for that money, even though the looks may not be there, and they're young. That's why y'all be on here talking about dating younger women.
For
That's
having your
how you
bag
have
up.
access to those younger women is because you're able to offer them either status. Oh, who said? Okay, go ahead, AP. You on my line. Either status, money, all of those things that they are looking for at that age. What happens is when we get older, we realize that those, not to say that those things don't matter, but they no longer matter as much. So we're looking for something that's totally different.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that
Share,
some of that is
I know. I see him.
yeah, some of that stuff is definitely valid as far as you want to be able to have that woman have something to look forward or look up to, right? That's one aspect. But
Oh, excuse me.
also,
Give me a second. AP is in the chat, the group chat, the IG group chat. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, I agree 100% that some of the things you mentioned is valid as far as what men want. You want to be able to give her something that she can like appreciate, respect, and look up to. Yes, but the actual major component of the reason why men want younger women is because of the way that they look. It's more
Oh, for sure.
physical than it is the stuff that you mentioned. And that because like I said, whether she's 30, 40, 20, 50, the first barrier of entry for most
It's
men,
the
the
look.
deal is the looks. So it's more so the looks because the reason why a 80, a 70-year-old man and a 50, 40, 30-year-old man would still want a woman between, they say 18. 18 is kind of pushing it. I would say between 25 and maybe 32. I would say that most men from the ages of 25 on will be perfectly fine with a woman between like 25 and 30 and 32.
And
Most
so this
men will
is
find that to be physically attractive.
right. And so this is where we go. And this is, I'm glad you brought this up because this goes back to my conversation about foresight, right? And so just like Mistaken told you, we understand that men like physical attraction. And she just explained to you when women are that age, what it is that they like about you. Now, don't get it twisted. There are some fine brothers in their 40s. Few.
I would say
And so
even
she
older
may
than that.
she may be physically attracted to you, but eventually that 40 turns into 60, 65, and you look like a senior citizen, right? And she's, let's just say she's in her 20s, or she's in her 30s, she early 30s, okay? the part about that is women have a tendency to change their mind a lot, right? It looked good when you were 45. It don't look good when you're 65. And so you'll find that a lot of those women who are not loyal individuals and she just wanted you for the money, she leaves, because she can leave and take the money with her. If that makes any sense, especially if she had your children. So that's the only thing, like, because I have a son, and that's the only thing that I'm a little concerned. Like, I don't ever preach that he should do that. Because that, to me, I would want you to find a mate who wants you for you and not necessarily for what you can provide for them. That's just me.
Well, then you fundamentally, I said that all terrible. You fundamentally don't understand that a man doesn't keep a woman unless he provides things. He has to provide something that she desires in order for him to be able to keep that woman. So
Right.
the thing is I don't think that's a good premise to stake your son's successful relationship ideology off of. I think you should just be like, listen, you need to have a woman that respects you and that you respect her, that y'all can work together to get this stuff done. And if you're not going to work with somebody, you need to be prepared to understand that, yo, if she wasn't shooting with you in the gym, there's no guarantee that she's going to stay with you when times get rough.
Actually, that's what I just said.
That's not what you just said.
It is.
That is what she said.
HD.
What she said?
She said she don't want her son to get nobody to pick
That's another thing.
money.
Men don't listen. Marcus, you said name something. That's another thing. Men don't listen.
Men do listen. What did she just say?
She said that she don't want her son to pick somebody that don't want him for him because she'll leave. She'll just get up and leave if it's about the money because she could take the money with her.
Yeah, that's the back end of what I said. That wasn't the beginning of what I said.
All right. Well, if she ain't AP, what
so
up, John?
y'all don't listen.
Yeah, but that's the back end of what you're saying. But so what's the front end? Is it a contradiction?
The front end is like, yo, you have a better chance that if you, because she can respect you when you're older. Or I'm saying the baseline, no matter how old or whatever it is that you got going on in life, is respect and being able to have somebody that agrees with you that you can work with. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. And I agree that you have to offer her something, but what you're offering her in her 20s is going to be totally different from 30, right? I on this show, I always talk about, I think that we do it all wrong. Women can be used, men can do, I think men are using women wrong, right? I think that women naturally will help men that they love. And so during that time, we're playing them. And that's the time when you should be using them. And I say use them in a good way, not in a I'm using you and throwing you off to the wolves.
Like positive manipulation, good way?
No. Yeah, no. More like influence, not positive manipulation. But look, this is the time to help me. The help me mate is important, right? Because she can get you if you choose the right woman in that age group. She's gonna push you. She's gonna be there for you. The problem is women are not want to do that because like Mistake said earlier, they're starting to get screwed in that situation. But if you took her and you really loved her and she really loved you and she pours into you and you guys do it for each other, that can really be a solid relationship if there's a good understanding, there's a trend, and there's good intent there between both parties. The problem is we use people and we play like they have no value in our lives. We don't take advantage of that opportunity. We feel like, nah, I don't need no girlfriend. I gotta get this money up by myself. And you don't even know that God sent her to help you get that money up. He said, here's a gift. Here's a lady who's gonna pour into you, who's gonna help you get there 5 times faster. And you like, nah, I'm just gonna sleep with her. Call her sometimes, maybe ghost her a few times, talk to Nene over here too. Like, and guess what? Nene slashing your tires because you just got her pregnant. And now she done threw you off, now you're on child support. And this girl's like, you cheating on me? And I did all this. I'm sorry, I just did a whole scenario in my head. But go ahead. That was a whole skit.
AP.
I get in the middle.
AP.
Yo,
Hey,
Boom.
Hey,
pull up
is,
to
how,
the baby.
how's the sound?
it's a
I'm
little
a little
echo.
echo, but you're fine.
Let me see if I got the other window open.
Uh-oh, you froze.
How's that?
Okay.
AP, did you leave us so you could be in them streets on Fridays?
Negative.
I'm starting to believe.
Absolutely not.
I'm
You
joking.
see where I'm at? I'm listening to y'all.
I'm joking. Go ahead.
No,
Hey, hold on, AP. Can you give us your numbers too?
my
From
what?
the question earlier about what you.
Oh, my number. Yeah. So if y'all can give me a couple minutes, I want to start there, and then I want to lead into what you guys were just talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna take loyalty,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna take submissiveness, and I still have $1 left over, and I can use that dollar however I want with whomever I want.
It's on the list.
It's in my pocket.
It's only you could get a cooker, not a hooker.
I'm keeping my dollar in my pocket too.
But the reason I choose loyalty and submissiveness is just simply by the nature of women, what loyalty actually means, how that looks to them. In most cases, if they are loyal to a man, that is kind of inclusive of the faithfulness. Like that's just the way they are. Also, if they are loyal to you, that means they believe in your program. If they believe in your program, a woman will move mountains if you ask her to, especially if she is submissive and you're giving her proper instruction. The rest we can work on. Now, does that mean I want a 1 in looks? No, that does not mean I want a 1 in looks. But I'm more than willing to settle on a 4.
I was just about to ask y'all, what is the lowest number you think you can deal with? And then give me an example of what, like AP, you just said you would settle for a 4. Who can you give as an example as a 4? Of course, we're going to have to talk celebrities, just because that's somebody. Who would be a 4 celebrity?
Tyranny would be a 4.
Tyranny? Who's
Tyranny?
that?
If y'all know who she is in these YouTube streets, she's about a 4.
Dang, you said she a 4?
How do you spell her name? How do you spell her name?
Oh,
like
you're not gonna be able to find her because she on YouTube. That was petty. Pick somebody else, man.
Okay.
Oh no, we can find her.
But you know what I'm saying, though, don't you, Marcus?
How do you spell it?
TIERNEY.
RNEY. YouTube.
Good luck finding her. Another example of a 4. That's pop culture. It's hard.
Whoopi?
Okay.
What is Whoopi?
Whoopi's a 2, bro. I'd say Lizzo is probably a 4. She has a pretty face and a terrible body.
Okay. Lizzo is a 4. Okay.
About as close as I can get. Okay. She's massively obese, but I mean, it is what it is. She has a pretty face. I could rock with it.
When you're judging a woman, you're judging her face and her body separately, and they average out.
So, sort of, because Tyranny's not a big woman. She just got 3 kids.
Dude, what is Tyranny?
So we're talking about looks, not the see, now you're being like the women. You mix all this stuff together when it was just supposed to be on looks.
And the celebrity, not Tyranny.
It's difficult to name a
girl that y'all were having a conversation with not too long ago, and y'all were talking about if her value would change because she got kids.
Right. Like Like if we're being honest, for example, Gabrielle Union's every bit of an 8. But when you take everything into account, she's like a 3.
Wait, you say she an 8?
She's probably about an 8. You better watch Love and Basketball again.
See, I think Gabrielle Union gives the girl next door vibe, so I can understand how you could say 8. Some guys will put Gabrielle Union as a 9. Some people will go lower. I think once you start going up above a 7, it's just all over the place as far as what people think is an attractive woman.
Okay,
the
I'm still
top
trying to get
echelon
a
of women.
4.
You
Who
said
would
what?
you say is a 4?
Who would I say is a 4 physically?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See?
I think her name is Gabrielle Douglas.
Precious.
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 She's not a 4. She's a 1 or a 2.
I'm
She's
saying
not a woman
if she
from
lost
a
a
body
lot
to
of the
face.
weight, it would be better. But just overall, I can give a 4.
Okay.
See, you did the same thing I did with
what's
Lizzo.
off the top of my mind. I'm just like,
what's the lowest you would go, Marcus?
Marcus ain't going lower than a 7.
Yeah.
That's his baseline.
Yeah, you're right.
so that's what
You're
I'm
right.
saying. So what
know.
you said
Yeah, you're
earlier,
right.
it don't make sense. Because what
Who,
he
me?
would do, what you would do doesn't line up to what you would put your money to.
No, beauty was the first thing I said.
Yeah, he said beauty.
He said beauty.
And
He
submissive.
said beauty and submission. And then he had $1 left over for cooking.
For cooking, yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
But
men don't listen.
Oh, that's a lie. We definitely listen. That's like saying you don't listen.
Y'all just hear different.
I know. I didn't hear you at first either, right? So I guess neither one of us was listening.
But here's the truth, though, and we kind of just got into that. When I say looks way differently for men and women, so we are, yes, men, we are visual creatures. That is the first thing that pulls us in is what do you look like? For example, and what I'm saying by that is, let's say a man is getting bottle service and a VIP, and he could be ugly as shit. Women will find that attractive. It could be a ugly woman in bottle service in VIP. There's a man is not going to be attracted to that.
If she had a banging body, though, you would. Even
No,
if the face isn't
we would most likely want to smash, but we would never get any further than that.
Isn't that what attraction is, though? You're attracted
Not really.
to her. You're attracted to her physically.
Hey, look, I done told y'all before. I don't need to be attracted to bust you down.
You are you gonna smash who you just Lizzo?
If the opportunity was there, I would. If the opportunity was there,
you smashing Precious?
If the opportunity presented itself and I was hard up, I sure would.
See what I say about putting y'all penis and everything?
Like
we got
have standards.
Would have done that back in the past. He's a righteous.
Well, we know now. Well, no, what I'm saying is he's giving an honest opinion about men, not even necessarily, he's giving
right. And from what I've seen and what I've lived, our friends have busted down some of the ugly, like some ugly ass bras. You know the phrase "take one for the team." Also, we got to be honest in this conversation.
We
gotta
are
be honest.
Like no one really wants to. Nobody's gonna really walk around with an ugly girl on their arm. We're not doing that. But if I catch you in I'm taking one for the team. I catch you in the house, and it's kind of something that's there. We'll probably do it until we get older and we start having a more respect for our penises and understand life a little bit more. then yeah, we start becoming more selective.
Y'all ain't got no
But
respect for that. The ping
I
pong.
don't know. I grew respect for my dangalang. I had to grow some respect for him.
I'm starting to respect you, man.
But before that, like before I understood all of that, shit, it is what it is. It's a nut.
I'm gonna start. I'm
It's a
gonna have
quick
my
nut, and I'm
show.
gone.
I'm gonna have a show, and it's gonna be called Vagina Talk. Well, this is an opportunity for us to talk to our vaginas. How are you doing down there? It's all well.
They already had
Have you been
vagina
used and
dialogue.
abused?
What is wrong?
No,
with
was
Shannon
it
tonight?
Vagina Diaries or something like that?
Yeah.
They had something
If
like
I
that.
if I allow people to use and abuse you, I'm so sorry.
Jesus Christ.
That episode will be 5 minutes long.
Brother,
All
let me shut up.
right, let's get back on track. Go ahead, AP. She just threw you off.
I do apologize. I just had to when you said. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
AP got the image in his mind of just having a conversation.
No,
It's
look,
AP, like,
starting
I
to-
really want to hear what you have to say.
My apologies. I'm so sorry.
what if
like,
it talk
"Come and
back?
talk to me."
Then you need to go to
What
the
if
doctor.
What if
It
what
don't
if it
talk
talk
back.
back?
Listen, when every time women get that fishy smell, it's talking back. It's screaming. Go to the doctor. You were doing too much. Go ahead.
Ma'am,
I'm sorry.
we have stated in the past I'm allergic to latex. Figure something else out. I haven't been
He
wiped
ain't the
properly in
one.
months.
Goodbye. That's what the John be saying.
Well,
Leave him
well,
alone.
apparently
Your
there's
pH
a
is off.
lambskin condom.
You ain't the only one. That's what this be saying.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right, go
Oh,
ahead,
God.
AD. My apologies. I'm so sorry.
Okay, weighted different. Yeah, it's got to come back to me now.
Oh, okay.
I had it all sorted out in my head until you started talking to your vagina.
All right, Shan, what else you were saying about the Black feminism?
Okay, so Black feminism. So we were talking about this show was about feminism. Okay.
Sorry.
And so we were talking about like how feminism has affected our household, like how the entire movement has changed the way we function. I don't know that it's necessarily feminism, but yeah, that was the main topic of
I think
did you want to
feminism has gotten a bad rap. And the reason I say that is comparing to the reason that it initially started, right? I think it has definitely morphed into something different. And I also think that there are other things being tied to it that's not a part of it. But it makes good, argument when somebody's trying to, say how feminism ruined everything. Because there are a lot of things that are being tied to feminism, like this idea of saying, like how men are saying, oh, y'all wanted equality. So it's things like they're contributing feminism to equality to the point of you can beat a woman up the way that you would fight a man, like that kind of stuff. So I'm like, that has nothing to do with what feminism is. And it actually is quite opposite. That was one of the things that feminism was fighting against, was that, they had that, you ever heard that saying, like, rule of thumb? Like, that's where it came from. It was, you could not beat your wife with something that was the width of your thumb. So that was the rule. You couldn't do that. So that's where rule of thumb came from. So that feminism was fighting against things like that. And so when I look at how sometimes the men be saying, oh, well, that's feminism for me. Y'all wanted equality. Like, you're tying things to feminism that has absolutely nothing to do with feminism.
And I know too that HG brought up the draft, and you're absolutely right. Women aren't part of the draft, and the draft is very rare. But one thing that women do, they sign up for the army. It's women who sign up for that. They sign up to be in the military. They sign up to be in the Navy. They sign up to be in all these
And in
things.
Israel, the women do. They have to serve in Israel.
Should you be allowed to vote if you don't can't get drafted?
Yeah, because laws are still going to impact you whether you're drafted or not.
Yeah. Even in your lifetime, the odds of you being drafted, if something goes down, it could be you can go your whole life and not have a draft. That shouldn't be the stick. That should be the basis of you voting because you may one day.
Duncan, to answer your question, is patriarchy. But go ahead.
I thought it was red pill.
But this is the reason why I'm kind of okay with people grouping in a number of things that you would consider as not a part of feminism, because what people thoughts of what men should do, women are doing the same thing. So
Like what?
now a lot of times men and women are looking at each other as if they're doing the same thing the other person is doing. More men are doing things that women think that they shouldn't be doing, vice versa. Women are doing things that men think that they shouldn't be doing. So because of that bias and that we expect certain things for you to do because it's just what we've just grown accustomed to wanting for whatever reason or another, it makes sense that men would be like, well, you got money now, and now you are doing what I was essentially responsible for. So now I'm looking at you subconsciously like men, and that some of the women have picked up some of the traits of the very men that they have issue with, and they're out here doing the same thing that they had a problem with. And then they want to be treated differently when you're acting very similar to the thing that you claim you had an issue with.
So HD, do you agree with men fighting women back?
No, I don't. But I also don't agree that men and women are equal. I understand that we both have rights and that we're better together than we are separate, but the same responsibility and authority that falls on me in a relationship does not lie with a woman.
So let me ask you this, because I think a lot of times when we talk about responsibility and man's, I mean, just in the nature of being in America is grounded in Christianity, right? But now you're in a generation where religion is no longer, ingrained in the way it was in previous generations. So if we took out the fact that you guys are physically stronger, right? Because I truly believe that that's the one thing that separates us, right? You in terms of giving you guys that edge. We know that you can beat us, but in terms of intellect, being able to think, those kind of things, I would say that we are on the same ground. It all just depends on, like, you'll look at one thing, everybody have a variance, right? It's just kind of like how we say autism is on a spectrum, right? Intelligence is on a spectrum as well. So if you were to eliminate the physicality advantage that men have, men and women can compete on the same playing field. So if you took out when you
in what playing field?
I would just
I would
say
agree.
of life in general, right? So if you took away the fact that, because y'all say, well, we're supposed to be in charge, okay, right? That ideology, a lot of that, like I said, it comes from a religious standpoint. When you act, if you was to ask any guy, I don't care what, well, who says that you're supposed to have authority? The first thing they're gonna say is God, right? They tie that to religion. So the only reason I'm saying take that out, the physicality, the physical aspect of it, is because I just had, like, you guys, like when y'all say, I don't think men and women are equal. I think that's a man's brain way of thinking, like how y'all say we have a certain way of thinking, is that y'all equate, like y'all have a tendency to define difference as deficit, and it doesn't. Those two things don't match.
And let
Okay.
me just say
So
this.
So can we walk through this?
if you go to the jungle, there's no such thing as equally strong alpha animals, whichever one that is. The strongest just gets that nod right off the bat. So I don't think we'll be equal. I think nature and biology would still put us back into that thing if you took away Christianity and those type of things.
No,
Let
well,
me-
that's
let
why I
me-
said
let me
the
ask you a
only
question.
edge. That was my point. The only edge that y'all
It's
have,
nature. The only edge we have is nature.
right?
Let me
But
ask you a
for
question.
women, in that regard, if we were given the ability, let's say, because when we look at a patriarchal society stemming from back, we didn't have equal rights, right? So a lot of times your argument is women, we created this society for y'all wouldn't have any of this if it was for, well, we never had an opportunity to get in the game. But when you gave us opportunity, we did create. Like a lot of people, oh, what have y'all done? Like the fact that we're able to talk face to face on a computer is because a woman actually was the one that started. Look it up. If you
I'm just listening. I haven't said anything. I'm just
being
listening.
able to give like that the Facebook that whatever unit you call it, I don't know the name of it, but look it up.
What am I looking up? I'll look it
I
up now.
have a
Just look up
question.
who created the, what do you call it, the prototype or call for like for on camera like interaction like Facebook or something like that, however you type it in. I can't remember her name, and I think she was black too. So my thing is that a lot of times you guys don't know, and we don't
George
know, just like in school in history.
George Schubert.
In history we learned a lot about his story, right? The winners. It's the same thing for women when we're talking about sexism or patriarchy, is you're not going to learn a lot about the contributions that women contributed, because again, you don't hear about those stories, so y'all don't know. So it's easy to get up here and say women didn't contribute anything, right? They didn't really contribute nothing. We built all of this. Well, if you were never allowed in the game, then you can't compete, right?
So I have a question. Please don't get offended for me asking this question. So we're talking about physical and intellect, right? We feel like women on the same page as far as intellect, but men are physically stronger. Or black men not stronger than white men, but yet we were slaves?
That's a good point.
That's true.
Are they still not stronger?
That's a great point.
And yet we are inferior? So sometimes it's more than just physical that gives you power, or it gives you the leg up. So I would argue, and then with just like men look at women as the inferior, maybe that's how white people look at us. You know? So it all ties.
I want to walk this whole entire thing through, right? So the thing is what a man's strengths are is different than what a woman's strengths are.
For sure.
I've seen hundreds of women, thousands of women at this point, who can lift with their legs compared to their body astronomically better than most men. But their upper body doesn't have the same strength. They have infinitely more flexibility than most guys, right? So it's not, and you have to understand that even though women can be a little bit more cunning as far as how they deduce social situations, and they can use and like maximize things a little bit differently than men, both men and both women have a pocket that when they operate in them pockets, that's where you truly start seeing them succeed. Part of the reason why women did not build the world that we live in is because they had a better thing that they were suited for. Y'all bodies aren't designed to carry the weights that men are able to carry. You're just not.
No, arguing
So,
that.
And
so then what I'm saying is that when men sit there and say you did not build this world, it's true, you did not build this world, but that's not to say that you didn't help. And a smart person will sit here and say it's not that women didn't contribute anything to society. We wouldn't have society if we didn't have a vessel to carry them, right? But
Right.
that's not also to say that, okay, well, you say, hey, well, we would not be talking face to face if it wasn't for a woman that created the program for us to be able to talk face to face. But then you got to still go back to the fact that the man created the software and the hardware for you to even get to a point to add on to the thing that you're giving. And I
But then
think
you
that's
got
where
to
a
go
lot of
back
brothers
before
be like,
that. But then that's my point. Then you got to go back prior to that and say, well, were women even allowed to play? It's just like when y'all had basketball and like these sports. You guys, although you were better in basketball and all of those things, you weren't even allowed to play in the game. And that's my point. So if we were never allowed to play in the game,
How do we know
then
what we would have
you
created?
don't know what we would have been
Allowed
able
to
to
do it.
accomplish had we been able to get in the game like y'all. Just like a lot of times when you hear a lot of inventions about men, a lot of times there are white faces connected to those inventions. Why? Because back in the day, you guys weren't even allowed in the space to do those things. It wasn't until you were able to be in those spaces where you were able to invent. So I'm saying it's the same concept. Women weren't allowed in those spaces to be
So
able
it
to
would be hard
invent.
to
So
see
you
what
can't
they
really
would be.
say what we could or could not have contributed had we been able to get in that same space back then.
so
well,
I just want to say back to the slavery thing. So the issue, I think black men and women did not specialize in brutality and means of torture, and didn't desire to own people the way that other groups of people desire to own people. We had a more communal state of mind and a different understanding for ownership, and we didn't try and privatize air, water, and land like that to that extent. So because of that, we didn't form groups in order to come over and create new means of artillery to make sure that you can kill more efficiently. Like it takes a specialized type of mindset to be able to just continue to think of new and better ways to kill larger and larger groups of people. I think that's what we're inferior at. That we've been inferior at mass murder. So I'll concede mass murder we're inferior to.
And I think that's why it's difficult for us to function in a space now, because we're operating so far from what I think is innate. I think, like, when I've looked back historically in terms of the way in Africa families or communities they were communal. And in terms of this whole hierarchy thing, like when y'all talk about women were revered in back then. And it wasn't necessarily like hierarchy. Women were like equals in a sense of respected for their differences. It wasn't their differences were respected, and it wasn't necessarily seen as a deficit. It was seen as a contribution to the group. And we've moved away from that just because, and I read something about this recently, is that in a European mindset, they didn't necessarily respect their women in the same way that in Africa, what their structure was. It was two totally different things. And so when you come into a different structure, we've adopted that mindset, and that's just not working for us. So now we're in a situation where it's a power struggle, and we don't really revere each other's differences. We see each other's differences as deficits, and they're not. Like, you
uh,
can't have yin without the yang, right? So
You
they're different, but they're equally needed.
you're saying you think in Africa that it was a matriarchy?
No, what I'm saying, it was more, I can't think of the word. It's a specific word for it.
Egalitarian?
It was, yes, it was more egalitarian. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah,
Now,
we never, black men never, I don't think we subjugated our women, but I wouldn't say
Yeah, that's
egalitarian.
all right, I'll tell you specifically. I gotta find where I was looking up just information. I randomly read because my husband and I will have discussions about that. And for him, he's like way like the professor, you don't know what I know. I know, I'm not gonna lie, I know through my husband because that is where he operates. That's where he lives, so to speak.
Right.
So
yeah,
absolutely.
but I think I disagree with you on the idea that men aren't respectful of what women bring, because what most men ask women to do is what we respect women to bring, but the women don't want to bring that anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. What y'all respect, y'all limit us to a specific role that society says this is what you're and we've heard it in his space. And religion is used to, I guess, undergird that belief that you were just here to support us. That's all. That's all you were here to do, is follow our lead. Whatever we decide to do, you support us and help us do that. But I don't believe that. I mean, we can agree to disagree, but I do think that everybody was put here for a specific purpose. And what happens is, I think whatever, let's say my purpose is, that the partner that I choose, whatever their purpose is, ours are going to be in alignment. And that's where that support comes in. I will be able to support what his vision is, because his vision is because it's in alignment with whatever my purpose was versus and his purpose was. So we're in alignment and we can work together. But the way that you guys, and I don't mean you as in you specifically, but I mean in these YouTube streets, in terms of what I heard, is that it doesn't matter what you were doing before I met you or whatever. Your purpose is whatever my mission is, and you need to get on board with that. So, and if your gifts happen to align with what I'm doing, great. But if not, I just need you to drop everything that you're doing so you can focus on helping me with my mission.
Sir, I gave you all credit for creating mass genocide. What are you talking about?
So, mistaken. Let's see if I understand your point, though, and I think I do. Just a couple questions. Women actually are responsible for carrying the seed that we give them to full term and popping a baby out, correct?
Yes, that's our role. And
okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to set a baseline. I wanted to set a premise. I don't think that men diminish your women's roles. I think that it's more of the yin to the yang. Can we all agree that women are more nurturing than men?
I would say most, yes.
I'm saying on the whole, there's nuance. There's nuance all over the place.
I don't disagree with you.
On the whole, men typically think linearly, meaning in a straight line. And that's what they mean by logical, but it's actually more linearly, like on a linear on a linear path. So if those things are true, and it's true that men's muscle mass, body mass, oxygenation in the muscles, would it be fair to say, I just want to make sure we establish a baseline, that men are responsible for very different tasks than women?
So there's an argument with that.
So since men understand this and they understand where they are deficient, wouldn't it be smart to say, hey, woman, You are a better nurturer. You are responsible for staying home and teaching these lessons. If I go out and carry the weight,
It would
isn't
depend,
that
again, it would depend on the
no, we changed the argument. It
No,
can't
I'm
depend.
not changing. I'm saying it would depend on, because what I was talking about is the society that we lived in, right? So in the society that we live in, yes, because that's the way that it's set up. But I've read stuff where it said women were also hunting. So it wasn't just a men's thing. Women will also learned how to hunt as well. So it's about what the society, what is the importance in society, right? So whatever is important in society, that's going to determine the route that women and the role that women and men play. So if I need hunters, I'm going to train women. Women are going to learn how to hunt just like men, because we need people to hunt.
The majority of women or the minority, you think, were the hunters of the villages?
Or the majority,
Listen,
the majority of men are.
Okay.
Majority of men, but again, that's what I'm saying. The culture, the society dictates.
No, I'm
what
saying
is
in that culture,
priority.
in the culture where the women were also hunters, do you think it was the majority or minority?
I would assume that it was egalitarian. So whoever hunted. I mean, if I'm pregnant, of course I can't hunt, but I'm
Okay.
talking about the women that weren't.
So in the way you, because I know we had this conversation, I know how you view things. When you talk about polygamy, you tip your hand to be about how you view this, right? So would you be happy if you could become a millionaire, retire your husband, and just have a house husband?
No, I wouldn't want a house husband. I would want to
Why
do
not?
things with him. We would travel together. If
Okay.
he hit the lottery or I hit the lottery and he retired him, we've already planned out what our retirement is going to look like. I don't want, and he doesn't either. We don't want to be working. What we want to do together is travel. So that's what we're doing.
I'm saying from the very beginning of the relationship, like you first met him, you rich, and you just take care of him. Would you be cool with that?
Mm-mm.
If he was rich and he just took care of you, would you be cool with that?
Mm-mm. And the reason I say that, and I know this is just stems from,
It's probably stems for fear.
No, well, yeah, I take that back.
You
Yeah,
don't want him to take advantage of you because
exactly. So my mindset, I will always be the type that will always contribute no matter what, period. Because in my experience, that's why I said, I know this is just my personal thing that aligns with, like you said, the fear thing. I have been taught, and I've actually seen in action, that when men are the financial providers that comes with them, some of them, let me say some of them feeling that the woman doesn't matter because they're the one that's financially taking care of them. And so I will always be the type that will pull my weight and contribute. So you will never have anything to ever say that you do X, Y, and Z, as if that means that I need to succumb and do whatever you want me to do. And I know that's my issue.
No, I heard Gabrielle Union make that exact same argument, but I'm curious as to where that stemmed from with her. I don't know if we probably can't get into it.
Oh, I know where it stems from for me.
I think I know too. That's why I say we can't get into it.
Yeah.
I know too.
Yeah,
I believe I know. We're not gonna get into it.
What if him needing you to do your piece would just simply be managing the house? Because when you have that kind of money, typically you have a whole ass staff running day-to-day stuff inside the house, and the female, actually I only know one person this way, by the way, but the female's responsibility, his wife's responsibility, is to manage the entire staff of the house. Is that you doing your part?
Yeah. but I'm gonna be honest, like I said, this is just a me thing. This is just a me thing. Yes, I would think that that was my part, but there's some part of me that would always feel like I need to have a stream of income to add to this, even if he was a millionaire. And I know my little peons wouldn't even amount to if he was a millionaire, but it would just need to be some stream of financial contribution
Do you think
because
that's
of my, like I
yeah,
said,
yeah, yeah.
my trauma.
Okay, right. So you'll say that that's a minority for you though, and it wouldn't be something you would assign to most women.
Say that one more time. I didn't
Would
hear
you say you would also assign that to most women, or that's just specifically for you because of your history or whatever?
you. I don't know, because like I look at Shan, she's like, nah, I'm okay. Like
Mm-hmm.
I will, what you want me to
Mm-hmm.
cook, you want me to clean? So she's okay with that. Um my older sister, she's okay with, that's all she's ever wanted her whole life was to be a wife, have kids, stay home, and raise her family. But
So
then I
I'm a
have a middle sister, and we're kind of the same. Like she's, she actually she was at home wife, but she had businesses that she was running. She was an entrepreneur, so she, even though she wasn't out, working in corporate anymore, she made sure that she still maintained a stream of income, in the house as well.
so so and I the only reason why I'm isolating it to one person I know and asking you how you would respond is because I only know one person in this position, right? and I'm putting you as his wife.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually a really good guy.
Mm-hmm.
But something that he did to help ease her mind was put money in a brokerage account in her name that he can't touch. So in the event that something goes wrong, she can leave and sustain herself. So so you're talking about a stream of income. There's nothing else you would be able to do that would give you the amount of money that he's already giving to you so that you can set yourself up. Are you then in a mental place to be able to acquiesce to the role he has in store for you?
Again, Miss Taken has also made the why can't women have polygamy argument. So her answer is going to be
So y'all,
No. I would say yes, as long as I feel safe. I think that's what it boils down to. Is a matter of feeling safe and having trust. So as long as I trust that he's not going to take advantage of or disrespect or belittle what my contribution is, I think I would be okay. I think I would be okay. But he has to create that, right? So as long as I'm in that, I think I would be okay. Like even now, like with my husband now, we talked about retirement and where I could, be like where I could, like when I'm able to retire. And I look forward to that. Like even in the summers, I'm not working. So the only thing I do have to do is take care of him. And I hate to admit, like I like it. You know what
why
I'm
do you
saying?
hate to admit that? That's the issue.
Because no. The reason
Now
I say
we
I hate to, no. The reason I say I hate to admit it is because I don't like buying into the idea that all women are like that, because there are times that I don't like doing it.
All right, pause. How has feminism shaped the black household? I think you just described it. You just nailed it right there.
No.
The fact that you would hate to admit something that you naturally enjoy, and there are women who also
But that's
not.
what
I'm
I'm
not.
saying. It's natural for me to not enjoy it too. And my point with that is that I wouldn't in that mindset, I wouldn't have the flexibility to not enjoy it. It would just be my responsibility to do it because I'm the woman. So in our relationship, I enjoy taking care of him when I don't have to work, right? Because I have that freedom to do that. But when I'm working, I still don't feel like I should have the expectation to still carry that same load. That at that part when I'm working, that should be shared. And that was the part that I was talking about it being more cooperative. I would think it would be wrong that he's at work all day long during the summer and I'm home and I'm chilling and expect him to help cook or help clean when he's done his contribution all day at work. So when I'm home, yes, that's my contribution, even though I'm still bringing money in because I still get paid. But when I'm at work, I don't think it should be the expectation that is only my responsibility to make sure dinner is cooked, dishes is done, house is clean. We work on those things together. He does help.
Who do you think belittle women's role within the house more, men or women?
You want me to be honest? Because y'all not gonna like it. I think men did,
Okay, can you
and there's
explain?
research on that. I could send you the link to that. There's research on that.
So from what I've like outside of inside of someone's house, only judging based off what you can see like visibly outside of it. I
Mhm.
think that um that's the reason I was like that's the reason because a lot of the talking points about I'm not just a mother, like it was belittling to being a mother, a stay-at-home wife, or a caretaker, right? Now I do believe there are some guys that was, talking crazy and saying you don't contribute nothing, you don't got no power. I think that was a very small minority. I think the majority of men appreciated what their wives did, but the women who were working had a stigma about the women who were not working, and feminism might be directly responsible for that in my mind. Those working women who were supposed to be the pioneers of womanhood and taking over the world looked down on women who were still stay-at-home wives or moms, and they belittled it to the point that women started to feel as though my value is more than just this, to the point that they would be embarrassed to tell women that they were stay-at-home moms because it came with some form of shame. And that shame is a social construct that I don't think men enforce, especially
I
outside
don't
of the
think Black women did that. I think that was a white women's game.
yeah.
And because Black women have always worked and contributed to the household since we came here. So I don't think that was ever an issue. That's why they separated themselves and became what they termed womanism as opposed to feminism. That was the way they separated themselves as well, because their thing was more along the lines of um, that the intersectionality between being a woman and being Black. So they were dealing with a whole different set of issues that they felt left out of the feminist movement, because those issues really focused on the white woman's cause and not necessarily theirs. So our fight was a little different.
Do you think that Black feminist women identify with being women first or being Black?
Hmm.
And Shan, can you answer that too?
Well, see, I don't know, because historically, that's what we were talking about. The feminism and the fight for equal justice, right, for Blacks were always intertwined with each other, because both of those were a form of oppression, right? So rape, yeah. So I don't know if you can actually separate those two.
So if they say um, Black men can vote, but no women can vote, would that be as offensive as I'm trying to think of an example that would, because
when they look at us, I think they see both of those things at the same time. Like when they look at you guys, they'll see a black, right? A black man, right? When they look at us, they see us as a black woman. So I don't think you can really separate those two, because for us, both of those things are intertwined in terms of, access to equal rights, right? Like when this whole fight for, you know, um, equality and rights, civil rights, and all of that, those things have always been intertwined for Black women.
Shan, what you think? Do feminists, specifically feminists, view themselves as as women first or black first?
I don't know that I consider myself a feminist to be able to answer that question. So I don't know.
I mean, speculate.
Are you? I don't know. Like I can't. You can ask me now if in my situation do I think but it's hard for me to say because I'm not a feminist.
Okay.
Or so ask the question. I mean, I don't know.
What do y'all think feminists mean?
Right.
I think
Right.
that's a
Almost
better
the
question.
idea. I would say feminism or the feminist idea is that I should be able to do what you want to do, what you do. I should be able to do what a man do, and it be treated the same. Like I should be able to do the same job. If I want to work a hard physical job, if I want to, go out and make money, I want to be respected and looked at as the same as when a man does it. I think that's the
Okay.
overall point. Like, I want to have a say too. I want to make decisions too. I want to contribute and I want to do these things too. I think that's the overall idea of, what feminism is. But the thing is like, even when you talk about womanism versus feminism, eventually you separate to some degree that it was a white woman that was able to sit at home, choose to vote or not, and continue to get these benefits. So obviously you start seeing other races of women, but especially black women being like, well, that's a woman. I'm a woman. I should be able to have the same options and do the same thing that I should be able to stay home just like that white woman should be able to stay home. And I should be able to work just like that other woman did. But I agree with the idea that Marcus was bringing up as far as we think that women have way more influence than they even realize. That you have to understand that even most men are taught by their mothers or their grandmothers or some woman to show a certain level of care and respect and protection towards women. Like we're taught that. No matter how y'all treat us, no matter what y'all say to us, we're taught that baseline in more cases than not. Of course, there's exceptions to the rule. But I think that oftentimes, like, even when you want to change the dynamic of what's happening in the day-to-day now in relationships and dating, it's going to be hard because you're asking two people that got power to relinquish power. And depending on how you view power, most people will corrupt it. And what has happened is that some women that have gained power have understood the greatness of power and they wield it. Just like the men understand the greatness of power and you yield it a certain type of way, which is causing most of our issues, is that we have an issue with how these people are wielding power. But when the roles is reversed, when women are wielding power, they're operating in the same way. We don't know if they're operating in the same way because they see men do it, or that's just a natural weight of when it comes when you got power and authority.
They say absolute power corrupts absolute.
Absolutely. Okay, so yeah, I agree with that. I want to add, like, so when I think of feminist, the definition of feminist, I'm a feminist. I think most men are feminists by the definition.
Exactly.
Somebody that believes um, on the basis of equality for sexes, who supports women being treated fairly, having rights, and in that form. But in its practical use, it's a political ideology, and it's a socio-political movement, and those ideologies within aiming to establish and reframe the structure of society, it it's impractical as it is today because it it separates the natural attraction of men and women, and it pits them against each other for the most part. If you read some of the writings of like Bell Hooks, because it identifies the patriarchy, which is an issue. I'm not saying patriarchy not an issue, but it identifies relationships with men and women that are dependent on power dynamics in order for them to function correctly, and flips them upside down in ways that women do not tend to like, because it's against the nature of the way attraction works and the way our biology is set up. So that's why I was asking the question about, would you be okay with you being rich and just taking care of a man, and would most women be okay with that? Because even though we can argue that it's a social or it's a social construct that women would feel that way, there's still the biology behind it at the base of attraction. So there are things that are social constructs that we just go along with, and we can be clear, like, all right, this is socially constructed. Like, like I don't want to say that word, but you know what I'm saying? It's the T community. Like we all have an understanding of it and see it as a social construct that we have to understand it. But the biology of people doesn't change and alter. And when I'm speaking to the biology, I mean the way in which the relationships men and women have that exist that function correctly, that removes the way that works and flips it on his head, and it does not work in the opposite direction, which is why most women want larger men than them. They seek to find a man that would technically be superior to them, because that's how we're biologically wired. And for the current socio-economic political ideology of feminism to work, it would have to remove that portion of biology for us to actually see each other as equal, and there be no distinction between men and women.
I don't think that that's what, well, you're saying on a political aspect, I don't think that that's what feminism is about. Feminism is not about
I guess y'all ain't see my
me
hand.
trying to be like a man. It is more so about you giving me the same respect, opportunity, access as men. Don't limit me just because I am a woman. So it's not saying I don't want to be a woman. I want to be a man. I'm okay with being a woman. I just want to be able to have access to, and have autonomy to make choices for my life, and be able to be treated in the same manner when it comes to those decisions, like, you know, a job, like how Shan was saying earlier. If I get a job, we both doing the same job, that I should be able to get paid the same amount, you know, things like that. That part, like you said, the ideology of it, but the way that is implemented, there's a lot that I don't agree with. Like when you say autonomy for yourself, I don't think it's okay to like climb up on a rooftop and start twerking. Like I saw a video, girls, what they was lifting the girls up and putting them on a rooftop, and they, you know, like that's not feminism, but people associate it with that.
Currently, the ideology is associated with that because part of it is sexual liberation and sexual
That's a different way. That's not how feminism. That wasn't.
I said the current ideology. I prefaced it in the beginning by explaining the
So I
original
think
definition
that.
of feminism and where
So
we're at right now. Because
so I
right now it's actually men's trans men's rights is one of the main feminist issues at this current moment.
so
Ideologically speaking. I'm sorry.
So they tack that on there because basically it's saying if she has a right to do whatever she wants to do, it's basically what it has happened is it's just gone too far, right?
Exactly.
It's just gone too far. Um, So now instead of hoeing behind your back, she doing it in your face. Okay, because it probably was still going on. It just wasn't in your face. So I think you should you should be happy feminism took place, because now you're able to really see who the are. They're showing their faces. There's no reason to be confused anymore. They're showing you who they are. But I know that was a conversation that you and Mistaken had, and I would like to give my input, because me and Mistaken don't really think alike, right? As far as if I were a millionaire, I wouldn't expect my husband to work. I wouldn't want him to work. Like, for what? we got this money, honey.
We'll be traveling.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, so I guess we would be the same. Like, I would be traveling. Now, would I expect him to be less of a man, meaning manly things around the house? Like, if the batteries need to be, because y'all let us say the batteries need to be changed, or if something needs to be done that is a manly thing, for sure. Exactly. You know, especially if it's something, you know, needed on the spot. Oh, honey, Straw, can you open this can for me? You know, things of that nature. I would still expect him to be a man, but it doesn't mean he has to go out and, you know, I would want to take care of him. It's you know, we balling.
My thing is that I think most women appreciate a man, like you said, that does things. It's not even about necessarily the money. Like you said, if I was a millionaire and I had the money to retire him, I wouldn't just be like, yeah, go ahead and keep working. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense, but he still needs to be useful, just like I would still need to be useful. Because there are going to be things that he's still going to want from me as a wife, even though money wouldn't be the issue. We still have to connect.
I think when y'all make that statement, you have to make sure you add the initial piece of you walked into the relationship with him not contributing at all financially. Because it's one thing when you have a man who's been there and y'all built it together. I kind of separate that, because I believe once y'all together, y'all become one, and it don't really matter if y'all really in a real relationship. But the initial phase of allowing a relationship to even occur will become an issue, as we seeing now, where a lot of women who are making more money are saying things like, I'm not going to date a bus driver. I'm not going to date this type of man. I'm not going to date a man that's below my socioeconomic class level. And in doing so, it's throwing the dating market off, and it's disrupting biology, because when men were the only ones in those positions, they have no problem, like zero problem, finding women with no financial earning capabilities.
You look for different things. Stop trying to be a woman. You look for different things. You look for different things.
You misunderstood what he's saying.
What? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got it. No, you got it. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Maybe I am.
No,
but
Marcus,
I didn't say that.
Marcus, Marcus is absolutely 150% spot on.
He's right.
And I think that.
Go back and say what you said again. I wanted to make sure, because obviously I misunderstood it, right? So I want you to recite it so I can understand what you're saying.
Go ahead, Mark.
So I guess women don't listen either. All right.
No, the reason why. Let me just be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I've been
you was playing Candy Crush
off because I had my hand up. I couldn't get a word in. So at that point, I've been doing something
zoned out. All right.
Yeah. So go ahead. I apologize.
Shit, I forgot what I said. Essentially that when the roles reversed for the earning capabilities, it disrupted the dating market, because women don't tend to date down, and it's biologically wired, in less words.
And also, that's something that's very interesting. When you got more people that's working, right, it changes the way that money gets spread out, right? Supply and demand. If you got everybody doing this job, right, the value of it is different. Versus if there's less people doing that job, then, you know, you would think about it differently than if everybody, like, reason why people like doctors or respect doctors is because there's so few and what they do is very important, you know. And then the same thing, when you talk about a basketball player, There's so few people that can make it to the NBA. They like, yo, they do what I can't do, even though I don't think the value of it is as great. But the reality is there's only X amount of people who can make it into this league, who can do this thing, and it's just different.
You say the value isn't that great? Interesting.
No, I don't think that sports is really that great as far as like once you get beyond college. I don't think that it should have the value or the cachet that it gets, because the actual value of it compared to what it actually contributes to life, all it is just escapism.
I mean, isn't that integral in order for people to have some form of life when they meaningly work, when they have menial jobs and meaningless labor? It creates
No, you can
bonds.
have a conversation. You can go hug somebody. You can go make some kids. You don't need to be watching sports for you to feel like, your life is great, or that, you have something that you can escape to. Listen, the reason why a lot of men watch sports is because we love competition, which is why is a good reason why women probably weren't introduced into a lot of the things that men were doing beforehand. It's because a lot of times we don't see you as competition more times than not. We want you to be carers. We want you to be nurturers. We like the emotional aspect that women bring and the different perspective that women bring to a degree. But the reason why oftentimes women didn't do some of the things that they were doing is because, listen, if you did what I did, right, and your body broke down, you can't do the things that I need you to do. Like, it's like some of the things that brothers want women to not do is for protection. Sometimes it's for control, but more times than not, even when we talk about that idea of, women, the idea of feminism, the reality is that women were like, yo, we want the same respect that men get. And we want to do things we want the option to do what you do, which is whatever you want to do. But when everybody has the option to do what they want to do, then you introduce things that isn't productive to society, right? You said, i.e., these women twerking on the roof, right? So you're just like, hey, you don't believe that should be a thing, but you have to understand they have the freedom to do what they want to do. And even the women who would normally not do that will see that and be like, hey, they're doing it. I want to do it too. Which is why when we having some of the arguments, we're not talking specifically to the women that will listen and try to make adjustments and try to be reasonable. We're talking about the fact of the matter is that most people are monkey see, monkey do. They're not thinking about the repercussions of what it is that comes with the things that they're doing. They're only following what they feel like is acceptable because they've seen somebody else do.
Go ahead, Stan. I'm gonna let you go before I jump in because
Okay, let's not act like y'all. People was before twerking was Tootsie Roll. People was dancing. We just didn't have cameras to be showing you Tootsie rolling. All over the internet, right? So people have always danced. Black people love to dance. Okay, this is not a new thing. Yes, gotten a little raunchier, a little less clothes, but they've always danced. When it comes to, I wanted to go back to Marcus's question because I think that he made a good statement, and I wanted to come back. That's why I asked him to recite what he just said. What do you think the solution is to? Okay, before I do that, because that's going to jump the subject. Did you have something that you wanted to add on to HD's question, AP?
well, it was actually more about what Marcus was saying and what I had forgotten, what I was thinking earlier, which I'm glad we moved into this subject. What I said earlier that men and women look for different things, right? So when you have a woman that's making the mid and upper six figures, they want a man that's making the upper six and the seven figures, right? For the same thing that they would want if they were making 40,000. They still want that stability. They still want that protection. And the only way that they really will see it or get it is if somebody's doing more than what the man, is doing more than what they are doing. On the flip side of that, men that are making that mid to upper six figures doesn't necessarily look for a woman that's making that same or more. The reason we don't as men, is because we understand that A, we qualify for what we qualify for, and B, we do want to be able to provide for that woman everything that we can still provide. I don't think women are built to quote unquote provide for their male counterpart. And we see it play out day after day in these spaces with I'm 45 and I'm making $350,000 a year. A man that I meet that I'm gonna enter into my life needs to make 600 plus. Well, that's fantastic, except for you're 45 and I can go get me a 30-year-old that's making 70,000 and be the man that she needs me to be and be the woman that I need for me. And I think that's where a lot of the delusion comes in at, that feminism helped create. And it's unfortunate that the word feminine has been removed from the ideology of feminism. And that's what I was going to say earlier.
So I think that that's an exaggeration, if I must say, AP. I think that what most women want is somebody who at least gets paid what they get paid in the range, and maybe a little, and ideally higher. Okay. Now there are some women who we would deem to extend that, and they're like, "Oh, I want him to make." And you got those people who are very loud on the internet. They are not the great majority. They are not. You know, and so when you find someone who is, so if she's making, so it goes to what you're saying, like just say if she's making 85,000, she will want somebody who is also making 85,000 or above. She may go a little lower than her, but ideally, of course, you want somebody to do above 600,000. Like we know we're not going to get that. You got people like these, yeah, but those are not. Most women know they're not going to get a man who's 600,000. Most women aren't even dating men who are making $600,000. The man she's in love with ain't making $600,000. So that's not true at all. But I did want to bring it back to which kind of you guys are kind of going hand in hand. It's kind of the same conversation. But I wanted to go back to Marky Mark's situation. What do you think that so AP just told us how women think, right? What do you think the solution is between you two? Because I know Marcus brought it up and then you kind of elaborated on it, AP. What do you think that solution would be? A true solution.
Just real quick before you go, Marcus, before you go and answer her question, Shan, you actually proved my point. A man making $85,000 doesn't need a woman that's making $85,000 as well. He will be more than happy to settle for the woman that's making $40,000-$50,000. Women just don't do like, and I'm not knocking women because it's their nature, it's their biology. I'm not knocking that at all.
Yeah,
but
so
you actually proved my point. Go ahead,
I'm glad that you mentioned this because I've had the opportunity. I live. So let me clarify my observation. This is a small sample size in the metro area of Atlanta. I don't know what they do in South Carolina. I don't know what they do in other places. But the men that I have spoken to now, so the men who make over a certain amount, meaning it's 250,000 or above, usually don't mind the income, right? They do mind the intellect, but they don't mind the income. But what I find is men who are making 85 to 90, 100,000 in Atlanta, they do want a mate who is bringing in, they like the whole power couple dynamic. Of course, they don't want the attitude and all that kind of stuff. Nobody wants that. But they are looking for someone who can complement them so they can both boom, 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 boom. They're not looking to take care of anybody. The people who are looking who might not care about that are really making money. It's not and if he does get with a woman, let's just say she's making 50,000, he's making 85,000. It's only because he knows she's going to make more because she's on a pathway to getting to moving up. It's not like she's like the Walmart worker or like how you guys like to make it seem. It's not, at least here in this culture of Atlanta. I cannot speak for the Carolinas. I cannot speak for any other parts of the town. I'm just going by from what I see in the men that I have talked to in these situations. They're like, no, I'm not dating that. I could, he said, but like y'all like to say, it'll be a bust down. You know what I'm saying? Like if she ain't got nothing else to bring besides her looks, no, it's a no for me.
It's because they see some of those women as liabilities. If you're only spending my money, you're not adding anything, they look at it kind of like a business deal. Like if you're just going to sit at home and do nothing and you just keep sucking up everything and you're only consuming, that means that if I should not be able to do what I want to do or do work or something like that, now you have become a liability in that regard. And also, sometimes brothers look at the mentality of women more so than the financial component of women, because a woman that's 40,000, that makes 40,000 or 60,000, she might have a different mentality than a woman that makes 100,000. So you already alluded to that. Oftentimes, men that make a lot of money, that make like over 100K, they might pick a woman that's also over 100K because that's the woman in her vicinity. But then they also don't want to deal with a woman that's like them. So you tend to pick and choose, different variances based upon your tolerance. But also, like I'm telling you, more men are willing to work with women in a lot of different ways than I don't think women actually understand. Like a lot of the things that men work with women on, women, when you put them to the test, they're not gonna make a similar decision. Just not.
Well, they will. So they'll make the no. They won't make a similar decision in the same category, but they will change in different. It just wouldn't be looked the same. Like Mistake was saying earlier, it's just different. Like when you men come with baggage, it's just you're doing it in different areas. You understand what I'm saying? Women do make accommodations for men, but and two, I want to make sure we all know that when she's making, let's just say she's making $100,000. You guys are thinking about headstrong women. There are passionate pediatric doctors who make over amount, who are very kind-hearted people. Not everybody who makes over $100,000 comes with an attitude or this chip on, like this strong mentality, like she's the CEO of a company. No, there are jobs that are nurturing jobs that, you make over $100,000 in. I think if we put that face like it's the strong black woman face on anything that makes over a certain amount of money, when that I don't think that's true at all. That's not.
I got a question. What do y'all think is like if men was to say we just out the factory printing perfect women? Can y'all describe what they would be minus the looks? Out the box, perfect women that all men would be like, yeah, I'll take one of those. And then explain, do you think women are close to that? And if not, why is that?
That's a good one.
In my opinion, I'm a little younger. I'm 33. So in my opinion, the type of woman that I think most men would want is like cookie cutter. If there was a blueprint for women, I would first and foremost, you want cooperativeness, right? That's number one. You want her to be able to be teachable, coachable. That's another one. Respectful, honorable, humble. We want her to have high character, high integrity kind of situation. And those are the things that I think that you would want from cookie cutter woman outside of physical characteristics.
Yeah.
I'm laughing only because, and I know I've said this before, and when we get in these conversations, Marcus, is that a lot of the qualities that men look for and women, when you're talking about core values, those aren't gender based. Core values are not gender based. So the fact that he said wanting somebody that like might be loyal or have integrity, have good character, be cooperative, all of those are a basis for a great foundation for a good relationship. So as a woman, I would want you to have those same characteristics and qualities too. That's not gender based. So I think what happens is a lot of times we are so caught up in trying to apply the human experience and make it gender related. Like women are supposed to be nice, as if men aren't supposed to be nice. Women should be humble. There are times that, yes, men need to be humble. Like all of those things are just good character of being a good human being. So, yes, I should possess those qualities. But as a man, you should possess those qualities too. I should be able to control my emotions. As a man, you should too. Especially for men, because your consequences in society are even greater when you lose control of your emotions. There are a lot of men that are in jail right now because they didn't control their emotions, right? So when you just put that on one gender, when it's a benefit for both genders to carry those same characteristics, it just doesn't make sense. Now, in addition to what you said, that I definitely agree with you. That would be a cookie cutter woman that I think all women would want. I mean, all men would want. I'm sorry. But I would say a cookie cutter man, I would want him to have those same qualities
No,
in
woman.
addition to.
No, I was really just asking the women. Oh, HD jumped in there, but it was for y'all two to answer, because the part of the question was, what do you think stops women from being that, or do you think most women are that?
Do I think most women are that?
No, so
The
you would.
things that he just said he wanted, or do you think most women are that?
Well, I was asking y'all to tell me what you think most men want, and then if you think most women are that, and if not, why is that?
I think that this is the same thing. So no, I don't think most women are that. Especially in his generation, I don't. The women that are his age group, no, I don't.
Why?
I think this is the new trend.
Why?
Because I
I don't
just
think they see the value in it. And I'm
yes,
not saying that there isn't any value. I said I don't think they see the value in it.
exactly.
Why?
What so look at so let's look at the past, right? Most of us grew up with women, mothers who cooked, right? They cooked, they clean. Did they have husbands? Or did their husbands still leave them? So it hasn't been proven to work. So women want marriage, right? That these things that you're asking for don't necessarily lead to marriage. It just means that now he can use you to cook and clean. You feel me? It's not leading to, now it does for some, because there are half of the generation like you guys who are married. You did your part, right? Even HD was married at some point. But if we look at just the history of cooking and cleaning, good character, I would say that our grandparents, some people's grandparents were that, some people's mothers were that, and yet she was still single with no man.
Most people, most grandmas were single moms.
No. A lot of them is, if we sit here and say that this generation, a lot of y'all don't have y'all dads, that would assume that the mom was single, right?
Well, so when you talking about grandmas, I'm like, all my grandmas, they had
Well, I'm talking about what I'm saying, because we're kind of older. I was trying to put him in the picture too. So when I say grandma, I mean like his, but we're not. For us, it would be the parents, right? And so a lot of people, not me, because my dad was in my life, but a lot of people, what I'm finding out is they did not have their fathers in their lives. And their moms cooked, they cleaned, they held all the stuff on their back, did all of these things, and it got them nowhere.
Were their moms the women that he described?
Well, I'm sure some. So at the end of the day, most women. So when it comes to character, it's hard to say. I want to believe that nowadays. I don't think that that's fair. But at some point, I think that people were more of good than they were of bad, right? I don't think people were out here just manipulating people or all of those things. I don't believe that. Especially and at that point, we were more involved in church than we are now. Like, it was just a different move, right? So I think that it just did 1 + 1 did not equal 2. So women saw that and they like, well, that didn't keep them. So let me try something different, and then too, you gotta remember the representation going, right? So HG is seeing something totally different. He's seeing a YouTube generation that's saying, okay, we want women to go back to being traditional. But when we were growing up, it was like, no, I want you to be INDEPENDENT, you know what I'm saying? Or Miss Independent, she got her own thing. So every generation comes out with their own idea of what is the trend for that time. And what we're seeing now is a consequence of what the trend was prior. And you get that, and it's like, oh, we don't want that no more. Let's do something else. Like, make up your damn mind. What is it that you want? You want Miss Independent, or do you want?
So, okay, if we rewind,
I just want to ask a question real quick. Out of everything HD just said, I don't remember hearing the word maid or chef. Why do we keep saying cooking and cleaning and then all the other stuff around it?
So I heard of, and this is typically used in like when we're talking about racism, microaggressions, right? Y'all ever heard that term? Where people are using words that you say the word, but it has another meaning. So what I'm trying to
recite his words
is no. So what I'm saying for a woman, when you hear cooperative, like words like that, I'm not saying that I don't know what the right term would be, because I wouldn't say microaggression because it's
dog
not
whistle. You talking about dog whistles? Maybe dog whistles?
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's not aggression. It's just that we understand that it comes with a different meaning for a woman. So like it's in alignment. So as a Black person, if a white person says certain words, you're gonna know what that means, right?
Dog whistling.
As being the one that's oppressed, right? Or whatever word you want to use, because I know that's a trigger for men when they hear the word oppression, right? But we know what that means, right? So in that same thing, when you're dealing with patriarchy or sexism, for us, there are words that we read into as an underlying meaning. So words like, oh, somebody that's submissive is going to have a different connotation for us based on historical
what submission meant,
right? What that meant back then. So
I get exactly.
And I would say, and I would just to add on to what I'm saying real fast, and I promise I'll let you go, Marcus. And I would say this too. People, it just threw me off. I'm so sorry. I hate when I do that, y'all. My head is pounding. Go ahead, Marcus, and maybe it'll come back to me. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's why I think it's that's why I think it's important to have determined what that Black, whether Black or feminist was more important, because if we contextualize that and remove the Black off of it, then it makes sense. But Black men have not existed in a system where we was just over everybody and beating women and putting them in subject en masse. It's not the reality for us. So you making the face. You feel like majority of Black men have been subjugating Black women throughout history in America.
Not majority.
Not majority.
majority of men, period, don't engage in domestic violence. Let's
Right.
get that clear. Majority of men do not.
So
And,
with
and,
that,
and the reason,
Significant, we don't want to misconstrue it to say that that is not a significant amount that do.
and the reason why I
Is
said
this
that, because and I'm gonna try to find this Netflix documentary, because I was watching documentaries in the summer, and I thought I brought this up. There was a interview, and the woman was interviewed, and this was in the 60s, and she said the only difference between that family and my family is, and so she said the only, it was, I can't remember.
I know what you're saying.
And she was
we
like,
keep it in the
instead of him
house.
coming to beat me, but when he said he'll come and beat me with a suit on, it was like the beating was in there, like it was a normal part of life. Like, he'll beat me drunk, or it was
Because
something
it was based on class.
It was based
Like,
on
both of them
class.
was still experiencing the same thing,
The
but the
same
difference is
beat down.
that theirs
And it was
stayed
an
in the
interview
house,
in the 60s.
and you would never hear about it. Whereas this one, like, their man might do it in the street. It was something like,
Yes, I'm
around
gonna
that.
find it.
so all right. So all right, I think this all ties together, right? You ever heard of a movie called Birth of a Nation by D.W. Griffin? Where
Where they all black men be, that they were after white women, and if they had access to those women, that they would rape them, and yeah.
you know what the cause of that movie would be? The ism that's associated with that movie? Racism?
Yeah.
Would that be fair to say?
Mhm.
So you using that movie to parallel to what like propaganda for whatever ideology you have looks like, I would venture to say that the all men are beating women was propaganda for feminist ideology pushing forward as to why they were in subjugation, and that narrative can run like run rampant, not vampant, ramp it. It can run ramp it. And because of that, the minority of that occurring has convinced the majority of women that submission is akin to being put into slavery. So if we can't get submission within a home, then feminism really would reshape the black household.
Can I ask you something, Marcus? And be honest, all everybody up here, in all like relationships that you had, whether, and I don't mean relationships in terms of you were in a relationship, but relationships in terms of people that you know, men or women, do you know in those relationships any man that has beat a woman or a woman who has experienced getting DV?
Yes.
What about you, HD?
You want to know the percentage?
I put the link in the chat, so in case y'all want to watch the documentary, it's really good. You should watch it.
HD,
I said the answer is yes. Do you want to know the percentage?
Wait, hold on. To both, a man that has done it, or just the woman that received it, or
I know both. I know both people.
Okay, HD, what about you?
I know both.
AP, what about you?
No.
Shan, what about you? Do you know any guy who's ever put his hands on him, or a woman who's ever experienced?
Well, I just lied. I know a woman that has experienced.
Okay. And I do too. So what I'm saying is it the vast majority? No. But is it a significant amount? Absolutely, because every one of us up here knows somebody who's experienced it.
Do you know a millionaire?
Yes,
Do I know a millionaire?
We live in Atlanta.
Is that enough of the population to say we should focus on millionaires as far as how we structure our community?
We got a lot of them.
A lot of what?
Millionaires.
Well, see, I think that's the difference.
Hold on, let me just say this, because I do not want to minimize domestic violence. I want to be clear on that. For the sake of domestic violence is wrong. One is too many people.
It's only 1% is what I'm saying. So like what you're saying, would we focus on that 1% when we have 99% of people who aren't millionaires, right?
Right.
So I know that's what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that in this situation, that supersedes class, because you're going to have people who experience domestic violence, whether they're rich or poor. So therefore, that number, that percentage is going to be a whole lot greater. That's all I'm saying. So is it the majority? No. But is it a significant amount that this is probably something that needs to be addressed, and it occurs within a community, especially the communities that you're talking about fixing, because more violence is associated with the poorer you are, because there's more stressors. People are on more, drugs and alcohol and all of those things. So that also comes into play. So there is a significant amount. What I don't like is, I know on the guys' end, what they feel like is, why do women always talk about it and try to act like all men are going around beating women, right?
I'm wondering the same thing. Like, why is it the main focus right now?
Because that was just something that we had just started talking about. So is not saying that all men are beating women, but like I just said, everybody knows somebody, just like everybody can speak to somebody who they know is in jail. So mass incarceration was a problem, and we took focus, and y'all don't mind speaking about how messed up that system is, because so many people, majority of men aren't in jail, majority of people aren't in jail, but it's a significant amount that are in jail that needs to be addressed. I'm saying the same thing about DV. Is a significant amount that also needs to be addressed.
Right, I conceded. I said 1% is a significant. Like, if a child gets raped, that's too many. I agree. There's no argument on that, right? If one person is getting beat, that's too many. I'm saying for it to be something that we pull into our households and say, because of this one person this happening to, then no kids can ever go to a sleepover. No kids can. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, like, no, it was more than one.
No.
Oh, wait. Are we talking about molestation? Or
well, even that you can add that too, because
that is that. Matter of fact, I'll never forget. I had 10 females at my house, and we were just talking. And the
majority of them have experienced
not been molested as a child. That was very big in the 80s, and people don't, because black.
But when you tell men that, I'm gonna be honest,
most black women have been touched inappropriately as a kid.
And when you tell men that,
this never talk about it.
You saying the majority of black women have.
Matter of fact, it's rare that I've met one who has
about privilege, and all of us have privileges, right? But it's just going to be certain things that men are not going to be privy to or know, because they won't experience it, and that's not.
And they have some of them have. It's coming out that they have.
Even the numbers are rising now for boys who are experiencing that as well. The difference was, back then you definitely didn't talk about it when it was a dude, and y'all just had to be left to figure out how to deal with that yourselves, where now it's being more acceptable to speak on that. But when you tell men, oh, a lot of women have experienced that, oh, all these women, now everybody been molested, like, y'all sit in the privilege of not having to be in that situation. Y'all don't know what it is to be in a vulnerable situation as a woman, because you're not a woman.
And because of
black
that,
men in America, right?
And because of that, most women, if you pay attention to this, especially black women, most black women will not let that kid go up. We are so particular when it comes to our kids. Nope. Is a man gonna be there? Absolutely not. You will not be spending the night. It's not gonna happen.
No, I get you. So I essentially, which is why it's hard to fully go into this conversation, because it's such a sensitive subject.
Yeah, and I don't even want to. I don't even know how we got here. Can we go back to the adult
abuse? Yeah. So I wasn't trying to get into it. I was just making the correlation, which I didn't know was going to bring down this tangent. But what I essentially was saying was, for us to adopt the ideology where submission is, I'm gonna get beat, So you remove that off the table. Cooperation is I'm gonna get beat. So you remove that off the table. It has a precipice where this ideology come from. And if we trace a line back to the ideology, like we could trace a line from some of the things that lead back to the beginning with racism. I think the argument is that the black household was shaped by that ideology because it removed the things that were cornerstones to relationships. Because earlier you said that, what did you say? That those were not gender based things, right? They would make you a good partner without regardless of gender. But if they also became dog whistle words, they would remove them off the table, making the person not a good partner because of fear based off of the ideology. I think that's the complaint. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, if I did not explain that correctly.
No,
No, I
you
think you
did.
did a good job.
I think that like what happens is that like I think women's natural proclivity to be like we need to make things more fair. Men are more designed to make things more practical, more real. So it seems like from what you're talking about is that people are easily shaped by fear. So whether it happened to them or not, this image of this thing that happened to these other people now is a thing that you say, hey, this is a thing that I don't want happen to me. So I will make sure I will create whatever way to prevent that. Right. And I will teach that to everybody
Isn't
because,
that historically how messaging is passed down? Like
yeah,
even
that's
with
not the
don't,
argument. The
don't touch
argument
that fruit
is it's
because
not.
it's poisonous. Yeah.
But it's not just that. The thing is that it's like an overcorrection sometimes. Just like you believe that majority of people, average people, are with average people, right? But
Mhm.
then you say, I come here, and you're like, oh, that's not the case. No, that's definitely the case. And that's how you can see that the small situation that you believe is small, it has become a very big situation to people, even though you feel like in your experience it's not something to be focused on like that, because in reality that don't work. Basically Marcus just did the same thing, is that in reality most men aren't beating women, right,
I
and vice
agree.
versa. And
And
then
there was no disagreement in that.
no, I'm not saying that there was a disagreement in that. What
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying to you is that we understand that. We know that. Everybody understand that. Everybody knows that. But even though we know that, we treat it as if it's bigger than what it is, because in a woman's mind or in your mind, we need to do what we can to continue to eliminate that, which we agree. But we don't make it a big emphasis. Men don't make it a big emphasis is because we know that majority of men do not do that.
So let me just say this, okay? Okay, I understand the submission talking point, right? But the problem is this: you really want to know what the issue is beside outside of you married people. Um, the problem is, so you have a woman, she's submitting to you, right? She's doing all because I think every man has had that woman who's going to go to bat for them, right? You're not marrying her. It's too much of you're wasting her time, and these women are tired of you wasting their time, and now they're just fighting back by being like, okay, two can play that game. You're not gonna, I'm gonna hustle you, you hustling me. You know, people just mad. It's just mad people who got hurt, who out here continue to hurt. And now there's a cycle that we got little kids doing the same thing because they are getting hurt early. They starting like at 13, 12, like, you know, going through the whole adult situation. And now there's a hate up for men because they like, oh, he just trying to play me, you know, like, and people are just out here just hurting people, you know. So it's not promoting, okay, if you do this, this, and this, you're gonna get a ring, because we see so many people doing that, that, and that, and they not getting one.
You know,
Everybody out here getting played.
so I would kind of agree with you on that, right? That people get jaded from the experience. And I don't think it's new. I think people always kind of interacted in this manner. The thing I think is new is how the response has changed.
For
And
sure.
that's where, like when you said, no, we gonna get our revenge, I think that is like
I don't
So
think it's revenge. I think what it is wising up on what's taking place. Now
but
I know you trying to sit me in this relationship for 4 years and not marry me. I'm not doing it no more. I'm not
right.
giving you that much of my time. So instead of just dating you, I'm gonna date him, and him, because y'all not gonna sit here and waste my time. We've seen what you're doing. We because you talk too much. You sit here and say, "Oh, you should be married in your 20s." Or when it's too much information out here where people are learning the game, right? And they're hearing it, just, and it's men and women alike, because men are thinking this too about women. You're hearing these things about, you're hearing the thoughts of men, and you're like, oh, that's, I thought we were better than that. I'm coming to the table thinking we on a date because you're trying to get to know me for wiping material. But the only thing you're trying to do is just get in my pants. Okay, got you. Let me come back with what I want. And I'm gonna play. And it's all it is I'm playing you before you play me. Y'all just playing each other. And now it's a game on who can get who. No, at the end of the day, women want to be married. They want to do right. Nobody wants to be a hoe. Nobody. You cannot tell me women want to be hoes. They do not. It's just this game, this thing that's going up there. Everybody's trying to one up the other one, and we're all losing because of it.
It's funny.
That
It's
I
funny
wasn't
how
even finished speaking. I
they'll
was waiting.
point most women, right? Like in this space, I'm not saying you do, Marcus, that y'all, because y'all don't, but in this space that they'll say majority women are hoes, right? But just like we were saying about when we were talking about, girls experience SA or DV, right? It is not the vast majority. It is not, but on the opposite end, that's the same messaging that men are buying into about women, that most women are hoes, right?
Okay.
And I don't think that that's true.
I don't think
Go
it's
ahead and
so.
finish
Back to
it.
my original point that I was making before Shan cut me off and went
Yeah,
on.
because you're mistaken. Be talking like 15-minute monologues. I'll be over here about to fall
God.
asleep. My head be hurting.
So what I was trying to say was, golly, damn, you made me forget it because it was so long ago. It was about revenge. I think what you described was revenge,
It's for
and
sure.
so
You know,
because but this is the problem with that revenge, that specific form of revenge, because I think women in the past dealt with it, but they did it in different ways, and I think that you can kind of blame feminism for that revenge, because what it did was say, hey, we're just like men, and you cheat on me, I'll cheat on you. You have multiple women, I'll have multiple men. The
For
problem
sure.
with that is when you said we don't want to have multiple men, you're hurting yourself doing something that we actually want to do. It's like I seen a meme the other day where the lady was like, I fed this nigga, fucked him, and sent him on his way. Now he see how it feels.
dummy.
And if you look in the comments, all the men was like, oh yeah, you got
Thank
him. Come
you.
get me.
Thank you.
You
And
got
that's
him.
why,
Come get me.
Marcus,
And
that's
that's
why
how
I
women are
said,
losing.
Marcus,
They're
that's why I
losing
say
doing
women
this.
are not as smart as they say they are. You got to be like, I'm really thinking that women are
Well,
just
she
not
don't
as
think she
smart.
losing if that's what she wanted, but it's
Listen,
stupid.
women are not as smart as they portray themselves to be. Because at the end of the day, you're sitting here giving him what he wants. If you are in a relationship and you know you want a commitment and you know he wants sex, and you give it to him and you still don't got a commitment, you just lost the bet. Because and we've all done, I've done it. You know what I'm saying? You thinking you're gonna get a commitment, you know, all this kind of stuff. So I get it, but we're losing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She doesn't think that she is because she wanted the same thing he wanted. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, but
this is what popped. Let me just say this. This is what popped into my head. Oh my God. So remember before we've talked about how, like with marriages and the person that you marry, some is a mirror, right? I just thought about this on a larger scale. Is what y'all are saying is that now women are being like, well, we're going to treat you like you treated us, like a get back, right? So in actuality, I think women are reflecting, like what we said, the mirror of male behavior. And even though it's hurting us, right, because of the double standard situation, nevertheless, it still doesn't change the mirror. So this is the behavior that you guys were doing. We're reflecting that back to you. Y'all don't like it and think it's disgusting, which is the same way we feel.
But the issue with that is it's actually our biology, and it's y'all perverting biology to do it.
Yeah, but
No,
so
Marcus, we talked about that before.
All
Women's biology also demands that they
right,
have
all right.
sex too.
So
no,
all right,
but
you know
Isn't
what?
that
Y'all
what
have
we
y'all
biology a
have
told?
just
little more than others.
No,
y'all
you're
just converted
absolutely right. But
y'all
what
just
I'm
converted me to something right now. I'm gonna tell you what you converted
okay.
me to. All the men that I'd be like, man, quit being sassy, quit being sassy. If they saying they being sassy, they get back at y'all. Is that okay?
No,
You
what
should
I'm
be.
saying is the reflection isn't a good reflection. It's bad on both ends, though. So if we're saying that this is a reflection, right? And y'all don't like what y'all see in a mirror and like this is disgusting,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't change the fact that it's not disgusting just because you're the one doing it. It's still bad behavior across the board. It's
But the
not
same thing with
So,
sassy.
no. And let me just say this too. When it comes to biology, Marcus, this is the difference, right? Because I think that men are men. Period. It doesn't have to be race. You know, it's the way we do it. We like the stray cats in the industry. You feel me? Y'all just be out here just you're just everywhere like we can just wilding out, whereas you may have other cultures that are a little bit more like disciplined, like okay, I have my wife, I treat a whore like a whore, and you're not trying to make everybody one. You know what I'm saying? You're not trying to manipulate. Like I know I treat her like this. I tell her this is what she is, and I move accordingly. You understand? But the difference is here, it's like you treating possible wives like they're, and it's just does that make any sense? It's just everywhere.
I'm just laughing because of this biological. So, okay, Marcus, I agree with you 100% that it's a biological thing, right?
Okay.
My question is why do men feel like they don't need to discipline their biological urges? Because if we're going to talk about acting on biology, one of the things that especially in these spaces we hear a lot of is that women need to learn to control their emotions biologically, especially when we are going through our cycles, that we're gonna pop off. We have attitude. We may start flipping the script and that being you know what I'm saying? But y'all tell us that we need to control it. But
You know
that's
what we
biology. So if we're gonna act on biology, right? There's so many behaviors that we could be doing if
yeah.
we did not discipline ourselves to control certain things, but biologically.
So AP and HD, I got a question for you.
My neck hurts.
Do y'all, when women become overly emotional, do you accept it as that's part of something women do and it's a double standard that I can't behave that way, accept it and move on and adjust to it? Or do you throw a fit and break up with her for her acting that way?
So I don't I don't think the second half of what you said, but I do think that that's typically a woman being a woman and just kind of accept it as such.
But to what level though? Because I know my husband wouldn't. I know I have to check myself. I'm not gonna be running around talking about you motherfucking that. Even though I might be
Now that's
screaming
not
at,
gonna happen.
right. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Even
I
though I
mean,
might be
with
screaming
That's
at
not
him
what that's not
reason.
because that's
like
how I feel because of
Mhm,
whatever's going on.
mhm.
I know I have to tame that. I'm not going to be able to just be like, I feel like this, and I know my hormones are raging, so I'm gonna say what I feel. I have to tame that. And that's all I'm saying. It's okay for you to feel like you want to go have sex with 1,000,000 women. That's fine. I can't control your biological urge. All of us have biological urges. What I'm saying is, even though there's an urge, you can control it.
what I can control is, am I the source of the outrage? If I am not the source of the outrage, which I do try to control and not be the source of that outrage, I let her get that off her chest because that's the space I need to provide as a man for her to be able to get whatever that is off of her chest. That's where the control comes from. Now, if I'm the source of the outrage, I just got to kind of put up with it because it's my fucking fault.
I just like to say the AP painted perfect guidelines in which somebody could do it. So the woman has emotional outbreaks, and he, as a masculine man, stays within frame, understands it, calms her down, and heeds her because he's creating a solution. You know what the solution for men is? Never mind.
So let me ask you a question.
Never mind.
So if we talk about biology, let me ask you a question. Do you think that women wanting to have kids is biology? Is it's just natural for her to want to be a mom? But do we not punish women for wanting to have children?
I don't think they should be punished at all for that.
Right. So because she's not married, so there was never an order. So she has to stay within certain guidelines of wanting to have that kid, right? There has to be a discipline that comes along with it to say, no, for you to have that kid, these things have to take place first. Even though naturally biology, she's like, but I want a kid. Like I was born to give birth to something. But we try to confine her to saying, no, these are the steps to control yourself because you don't have this. You have to do this. And if you do it, we're going to punish you. So it's the same thing when it comes to male urges, right? You get punished when you do things out of order, when you're doing it not the way you're supposed to be doing, right? It doesn't change the fact that it's biology. It doesn't change the fact that there's an urge to want to do it, but it's you have to discipline yourself to say, no, this is how it's supposed to be done because society says this is how it's supposed to be done.
Shan, I could not agree with you more. And you know why I can't agree with you more? Because you said that you have to do things in a specific order as a solution. We in agreement. We are in agreement. So far in agreement.
Yeah, I just want to touch on what Miss Taken was saying as far as, it's the mirror of men. It's not the mirror, it's a mirror of the men that you wanted to emulate. Because oftentimes there's fathers and uncles and brothers that tell you, hey, don't do XYZ. But because you got jaded, like you talk about the men that got jaded, you decided to mirror the thing and you became the exact same thing that you hated. So it's not that. It's not that.
Still a mirror nonetheless,
regardless. Yeah, but it's not a mirror of majority of the men though. That's what I'm saying.
It's like
it's a mirror of a select
men. I agree. There's no disagreements in that. That's what I was saying. Majority of women aren't hoes. Majority of women aren't doing the things that y'all are saying that majority of Black women are doing.
They're not.
Majority of them aren't. So I totally agree. So that majority of men are probably not going around doing all of those things.
For sure. And I wanted to go because somebody said something about the natural order is key, right? And that's the dilemma because people are not getting married. So basically, she has to prolong her urge to the point where she's out of bound at this point. She's in her 30s, 40s to the point where she's about to lose that opportunity. So you're asking her to just lose the opportunity to not, so with him, if we say, okay, but you shouldn't be having sex with these women until marriage, he gets to sow his word. He doesn't have to. There's no order because you get like men set the standard. It's like, oh, you can do whatever you want to do. But you're saying to her, like, until this man, and she could be with a guy, right? Until a man puts a ring on, or he's ready to solidify, you have to wait to hold that urge of wanting to have a kid to the point where you could possibly lose the opportunity to have a kid because of the order of operation, right? So think about so think about it. To just take this moment to think about it from a female's perspective. I think that men, you guys have the power of commitment. You have the power of marriage, but it's almost to the point where it's like, I don't think we think about all the things that are lost in that process from the woman's standpoint when she's trying to do things right. Because I think that those women who are in their 30s, late 30s and 40s, I think they had relationships. I just think that those relationships they in a marriage and they just really want to do it right. But unfortunately, the opportunity cost is they can't have a kid now. Like they may never be able to have a child because now they're out of that range because the guy who they trusted to solidify the deal, or the guys never did.
I think wasting somebody's time like that is wrong. Yeah, I think that's really wrong because there is a biological clock on women, and to hold them in a relationship where you don't plan on committing, marrying, and having children with them for past the clock, that's wrong. If you have no intention to do that, I definitely agree. But I want to say, have you ever heard of like mating strategies?
Tell us about
In
it.
the animal kingdom.
Okay, so like human mating strategies, they say is like it's a saying called alpha plucks, beta bucks. So essentially, what it is like a woman will get the man that she genetically, her biology tells her that she wants to be with. Typically, when they're younger, they date them and have, or not even date them, but have sex with him and end up getting pregnant by that man. And you produce like a baby that biologically is what you want, and then you settle for the man that probably is the best provider to provide a stable life. You never heard this theory before?
Are you? Please don't suggest this. Are you suggesting this, Marcus?
No, I'm saying this is what's going
Okay,
on right now.
I understand what you're saying. Oh, that for sure. That is what's going on. I agree.
Yeah. So to say that women are moving against their biology, I'm saying that they may be moving in their biology too. It's out of order,
It
but
should
they
right. But it just doesn't
biology.
look good for society to move that way.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a
where
cost.
like men pretend that they're not cheating and women are doing the same, moving in that same way that you was just talking about. Because society says this is the way you're supposed to operate, but people are operating in their biology as opposed to societal rules.
Mm-hmm.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but then that whole scenario that Marcus just brought up, it speaks to the mindset and the reality that we have. Everybody is free to do what they want. So that means you have the responsibility. Nobody told you to pick that man, just like nobody told him to pick that woman. And that's the person that you decided that you wanted to be with. And I agree with everybody here that you shouldn't hold somebody in a relationship that long and you don't have any intentions of doing anything with them, right?
Right.
But the reality is that everybody is responsible for themselves. And that if you stayed in a relationship for 8 years, 6 years, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, listen, you made a decision, you took a risk on that relationship that didn't ultimately work out to what it is that you wanted. And
So
unfortunately, even if you marry a person, that doesn't mean that that relationship or that marriage is going to be the way that you design it or desire it to be. You're taking a risk regardless. You can only mitigate it. You can't eliminate it.
and that's the thing. So when we start to talk like that, you have to talk like that on both ends. It can't be like, oh, well, that's the risk she took. And then if a man gets played, it's like, oh, in that case, that is also a risk that he has taken, right? Because now we're going into the mindset of everybody's an individual. You got to fend for yourself out here, and that is the problem. Nobody, you're taking morals out the situation, and all that stuff is taken out the all the things that you said you wanted to find in a good mate. All that's taken out because you're saying that shouldn't matter. You should be fending for yourself.
Yeah, because you have the character and the understanding and you're honorable and you're respectful. It's like, listen, I don't want to stop you from doing what you want to do. And also, I did account for the men choosing the wrong women as well previous in my statement. But this is what I'm saying is that this is the argument that people also make when it comes to women is that you said, oh, it's terrible what's happened to us. And we know all of these women that have been in these relationships and been done by these guys. But part of the reason why they chose these guys is because they chose that guy themselves. And then you add in the biological component to it, you see why they chose that guy. And then after they chose that guy, realized it was a bad decision. It didn't turn out the way that they did because in reality, a lot of people make bad relationship decisions, but all of them don't turn out bad. Like you literally will start that relationship in a way that you know you should not do it. And eventually some of those relationships will end up working out. We're only talking about you being good because it worked out for you, but it was still a bad decision. It's like on the basketball court. If you choose to shoot a three, right? Most coaches will look at that three and determine if that was a good shot or not. If you took that shot over 4 people over in that corner, he's going to be like, why would you take that shot? But guess what? The shot goes in. And though the
It
coach
was
is
a gamble.
frustrated,
Right.
though the coach is frustrated that you took the shot, he's just like, "Ah, you lucky it went in." And that's what we're trying to also get women to understand is that, like, yo, y'all have some culpability in the situation too. You can put a lion's share of some of the problems with women, with men, yes. But I think that where a lot of men get upset when it comes to these conversations in general is that it seems like a lot of women don't actually take responsibility for the fact that they have autonomy. They have rights. They can do whatever they want. They got the opportunity. Just like there was a woman that chose a guy at 22 that it worked out for, and there was a woman that chose a guy at 22, it didn't work out for. We just cry about the L's that we take, which is warranted because nobody want to take an L, but you got to be able to call a spade and realize, yo, it sucks it didn't work out for you. Do what you can to get what you need, but understand, listen, as time goes on, listen, the challenges only continue to grow.
So I agree with everything that you say, and I actually like that. Most people are taking
I'm
gambles
sorry,
out
y'all,
here.
it's hot.
And sometimes the gamble works, and sometimes the gamble does not work. I think the problem with our community is so many that's not working.
Mhm.
Okay. When you've got like 70% marriage rate and 30%, okay. But when you got 50 and 50, you have a 50% chance of making it. That's just it's almost to the point, and when the way we're moving forward, that's decreasing, right? So you have a more chance of the risk being great than the opposite. And I think that is the issue with what's going on today.
I think too, and the mindset is starting to change, and I guess it's just because of the direction. I guess the experiences that men and women are both having in relationships, um, is that I keep hearing men say that marriage is of no benefit for them, so they don't see the need. Um, but now I'm starting to hear women say that too. And I can't say that the vast majority feels like that, but I think it's starting to build up on both ends. What is the benefit of marriage? What am I going to like? Provided a level of, well, it was a level of security because of the way society was back then. But looking at back then versus now, I don't think that women feel that is necessarily a benefit other than the social aspect of the way society will look at a woman who's married versus an unmarried woman. And I think I sent the article to you, Shan, today that I read about this push now that they are wanting to change change the laws based on, like, it's set up that married couples get all of these extra benefits versus single people. And single people are paying like more in taxes and all of this kind of stuff. And that now they want to start changing that so they can still have access to the same benefits that married people have, because society is changing and
Do you think that's a good
marriage
change?
is no longer necessarily priority, and the laws that was set up in a different um era in which marriage was, you know, something that was going to happen. It was a marriage-based society, whereas now we're moving away from that, so the laws need to change because women aren't necessarily looking for marriage, or they're delaying marriage. And I mean, it was a lot of information in that. So my thing is that are we fighting a losing battle if it looks like the trajectory is we want to be single but have relationship at the same time without having the marriage commitment?
All right. So, do you think people would? No, they probably wouldn't.
So y'all are probably gonna disagree with me, and that's okay. And I'm sorry I got the cam off, but I'm literally still at 6%, going strong. So bear with me. So I was on Ricky's panel last night, and the question came up about what do we message to the boys, to our sons. And the message to my son has been, and we stated this on the panel last night, but my message to my son has been, be careful with your manhood, talking about his piece, his Johnson, whatever word you want to substitute right there. And don't engage in that activity until you think you're ready to marry that woman. That has been my consistent message to him. The consistent message, we didn't really touch on this last night, but my consistent message to my daughter is, that is one of your most prized possessions. Hold on to it until you're ready for marriage. And I said that to say this. A lot of the solution is, let these hoes move like hoes. Let these Pookies and Ray Rays move like these Pookies and Ray Rays. However, as a father in the home, raise your young boys into the man that you say you are. Raise your daughter to be the woman that you would be proud to marry. And that to me, from a man's point of view, from the dad perspective, that to me is all we can really do at this point as a solution. Be smart with our Johnsons. Quit creating the chaos that we say we despise. If a woman is moving out of order, let her ass move out of order, not in your path. And I really think it's just about that simple. And I see my time.
And I think so. And I think that what we have to do too is be honest with our kids, and to add on to that, AP, I'm sure the woman that you wanted in your 20s is not the woman that you want right now, right? But nobody told you that was going to change. I think that when we talk, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The woman that I wanted wasn't the woman that I needed. And exactly. And I think that is another problem with, or another issue in regards to, and I didn't mean to cut you off, I'm sorry, Shan, in regards to vetting and how we pick when we're younger.
Absolutely. I think it's important that we give our kids that information, because they're looking at something, because they're most of them are dating and they're not even fully developed yet, right? So I think that is important for us to give them the full picture. Like, that looks real good now. But trust me, for it to be a long-term relationship, these are the things that you should be looking for. And we need to talk to our little girls about the same thing. These are the things that you should be looking for. Because when they're out here just doing it on their own, they're thinking from their standpoint of where they are right now. They're not able to see, okay, when I turn 30 and 40, my mind may change, and this may no longer. It seems good right now, but you're not looking like he has no goals. He's like literally just chilling, okay with living in his mom's basement. Or when you look at for your son, she out in the streets, she just out here fighting and bopping. Is this really the woman that you want to raise your kid? I mean, it's so many conversations that we have to have with our children about choosing the right mate, a mate that will be a long-term good fit for them, if that makes sense. So
I can no, go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead.
I agree with y'all in theory, specifically for the son I'm thinking of, right? Because while I agree with what y'all saying, right? I don't want to use this space as the catalyst for this thought, but some of the men that we come in contact with that have not had experience with multiple women, it's something missing there, and I may be falsely attributing it to messing with multiple women, and I think the women can see it too, and it's like, if we don't let our sons engage in that period of their life, then do they miss out on a skill set that they would need to be effective in a later period of their life?
If
Because it's
if I'm
biology.
teaching,
It's natural. Even if you've had there are plenty of men who've had a lot of sex and still suck at it, right? So it doesn't mean that I mean,
Just sex,
I'm
not
just
just
saying,
sex,
it
not
doesn't
just sex.
mean the more
yeah, I know I wasn't.
no, what I was gonna say, it doesn't mean the more women that you bed, the better you get at it. Because women are being honest about how bad you are, right? I'm not saying you, but so in that regard, something's still missing, but it's not what you're talking about. But I agree wholeheartedly with what messaging that AP is telling his son and his daughter. And if everybody was doing that, it wouldn't even matter how bad they are, because if neither one of them had any sexual experiences, you don't know if it's bad.
Now, see,
okay.
Marcus, one part real quick. I'm not telling him not to experience dating. I'm
We're not
not
talking
telling
about
him
sex, by the
not
way.
to experience women. I'm telling him to leave his, for lack of a better way to say it, leave your dick in your pants.
Mm-hmm.
But you can still experience all the other things that come with a relationship. And if the shit don't work out, because the truth of the matter is, until you, like, if you don't get to experience it, then you don't properly know how to vet. So you have to be able to experience dating. You have to be able to experience women to fully grasp that concept. But that doesn't mean you have to fuck them.
Exactly. Agreed. And that's
I'll
why,
come
like I
to
was saying, between both men, and that's the way it used to be. It was supposed to be, is that the honeymoon night was supposed to be an experience for both, like a new experience for both. I think we've gotten into this idea of, moving on biology is okay for men to do that, and then we try to. I'm talking about as a society and on the men's side, and even some of the women encourage it as well, is that it's better that they run through so they have more experience. So by the time they find a woman that they meet, then they know what they're doing. But the problem with that is that now you've created a dynamic where some men will.
I didn't say nothing about sex. I'm not talking about you. Like, I didn't say a word about sex.
I'm looking in the chat, and they were.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing
So
about
that's
sex.
what, because when he said that he was telling his son to keep his thing in his pants, there was comments on the side that saying, "Oh, he's ruining his son." And in my mind, I'm just saying it's just so is bad in terms of, especially for us, because historically we've been the propaganda has been that we're over sexualized. You know what I'm saying? And that men, like you were talking about the movie or whatever, The Birth of a Nation, that has been what the propaganda has been about y'all. Us is we are reinforcing that same propaganda for us, is that women, Black women are wild, or we, sex crazy and all of that. So as a group of people, we have been put in a position to say that we don't have any control over our sexuality. We just bang whatever we see, right? And we're reinforcing that for our boys, that, oh, it's natural, oh, get as many women as you can while you're young, and so I think what AP is also teaching him is de-discipline, because you can't think that you're going to be running through all of these holes from when guys start. I know men who've told me that they started having sex as early as age 10. So if we count from age 10, you're having sex from age 10, and now the average age of getting married for men is around 31. So from 10 to 31, you just having sex all willy-nilly with whoever. And then all of a sudden you meet the woman that you want to marry, and you've not practiced any kind of discipline in regards to that for that many years. Do you really think that the likelihood of him being faithful in that marriage is going to happen? It's not. You have to
Yes.
practice discipline in order to do that.
Well,
Okay, so to be you got it, Ace.
yeah, just real quick. So I agree it is a double-edged sword, because on one side, the more experiences that, a lot of people have, women included, reason why a lot of women have a whole phase and men have also this whole phase is that at some point you're just like, you don't value sex the same way, right? You're just going over your natural biology and you're doing it that way. But let's just talk about the cases of a lot of men that had a lot of sex. A lot of brothers that had a lot of sex with a lot of women. I'm not going to make the argument that they're good at sex. What I'm going to point to is that for a lot of brothers that has either A, had sex with a lot of women, or B, dated a lot of women, the way they interact and respond to women is dramatically different than brothers that have not. And with the number of people who, whether they thought that it was a good idea or not, have engaged in at least the amount of sex that you could put on one hand, right? Probably the average person has probably had 1 to 5 partners before they actually leave college or they ever get married by the age of 30, right? So with this being the dating market,
That's low.
I think that to some
What was
degree,
the stat again? Did you say the stat? What was the stat?
it wasn't a stat. I'm saying I personally believe, I have no, this is all feelings, no facts. I personally believe that majority of people have had between 1 and 5 partners by either the end of college or by the time they get married at the age of somewhere around 30. They had 1 to 5 people, right? And specifically for men, the way they compartmentalize things when they deal with a certain amount of women, they kind of like dramatically like don't judge, don't put women on a pedestal the way a brother that has barely dealt with women, like, because in essence, most women, I wouldn't say most women, a good number of women will sit here and say that they only have sex with men that they're in a relationship with. But then, if women are constantly getting in multiple relationships every 2 to 3 years, their body counts are going to continue to increase because, in their mind, they are committed. So it's okay for me to give myself, which I understand the thought process, because ultimately, you don't want to give yourself free. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. This man wants to put his life on the line for you. He got to get something for it, right? But I agree with you with everybody saying that you should be very wise in how you distribute you, whether it's sexually, whether it's mentally, emotionally, financially. You should be wise and understand that, yo, just because I want to give it doesn't mean that I should. But also, I think that unfortunately, I don't know this is a good thing to say, but that I think men and women should get together earlier instead of later. But the problem with that is that many people aren't going to be willing to weather the storms of the growth period, because at 22, 23, like At 25, 27, you got together at 22, y'all are going to be making changes. And most of the time, people be like, well, we grew apart because I'm different, this, that, and the third. And I always say that's BS. Like, it's 100% BS. Your obligation and call to that relationship does not change just because you change. That's not how that works. But we've
Agreed.
trained ourselves to think that that's how that works because we have put our feelings on the front end and making them the priority instead of understanding what is the purpose of what it is that we got together. We said we want to create a family. We want to say we want to create a legacy together. Are we going to be able to do that together?
Or
That's why
HG,
you
I
guys got together.
agree with you about getting married earlier, but the reason it doesn't work is because I don't think as parents we and especially now in this environment and generation, because when you think about generations before, they were getting married at 14, 15, 16, and taking care of whole families. So it's not that we don't have the ability to get married and stay married and do those things. The difference is the training of the men and women at that time. They were trained to be husbands. They were trained to be wives. They were taught what responsibility is. They were taught what commitment is. They were taught what sacrifice is. They were taught about working together. They were taught teamwork. All of those skills were embedded in society in terms of the way they were raised. They went to church, all of those things. In this society now, that's not the case. What is being embedded and taught is do what makes you happy. And you can't operate in a marriage when your focus is always what you want and what
It's,
you're if you're just always looking to your partner to always fulfill your needs without giving back, the marriages are not going to work. So when you learn to have developed certain skills and practice them when you're young and they're reinforced, that even when you grow through things, when you're in a young relationship, you can still make the relationship work. Like I said, 18, I met my husband. We weren't married and we went through stuff at that age. But then when we had our son, the stuff that I thought was important at 18 when I met him was no longer important, no, not even sexy at that point, because I was looking at a different set of skills that I needed that was different, right? And so there was some adjustment period there because what used to work no longer worked. So he had to learn a different set of skills for me, because just being cute and having good D wasn't your requirement anymore, right?
Hey,
You're a
hey,
dad.
Ted,
So
can
I'm
I
looking
respond to her right quick?
okay, go ahead.
All right.
Um,
So I would argue that there was a level of quote unquote teaching, but I think the same thing you experienced at 18 or when you first met your husband or your soon to be husband, I think that's a similar thing that happened to people back in the day. Your circumstances dictated how you responded to that situation. If you're in a situation where food is scarce, right, and you have a kid and you're in a relationship with this woman, how you try to adjust to that environment and that situation begins to tailor to that situation. Same thing with you. You're in this situation that though you may have had whatever messaging and whatever life that you had before you got into this relationship with this guy and had a kid, right? You had a framework of how this thing worked, but then reality and life set in and you made adjustments and you built a relationship based upon the environment that you were a part of, which I think would be the same thing, which is why I said first off was that I think they should get married younger so they can build together. And when you make it out of that like 5 or 6 years in that early marriage term, you typically want to stay together after that point because you've weathered a lot of the issues.
you just
But
proved exactly what I was saying, because you said
I
the
know, but
framework that I had. A lot of they don't have the framework. I had a framework.
Yeah, but
You're
I'm
not.
saying that even the people back in the day that we trust and say, yo, you should have did this, a lot of times their circumstances and situations dictated how they moved, not necessarily all the things that they was taught. Because many people will tell you that you learn from your own experiences. You might have learned things from mama and daddy and they told you XYZ, but there are certain things you only experience in the fire and you make adjustments at that time.
But HD, that's what I'm trying to say. The framework in that environment back then, that framework for marriage was that you stay in your marriage, right? You work through it. So even if you were unhappy, the framework that was there is that you stayed in it anyway, right? Where I'm saying now that has changed in this generation. If you're not happy, now you're taught to leave it. You're not taught to develop skills to work things out, to work through. There are a lot of negotiations and compromising and sacrifice that you have to do in a marriage in order to make it work. Sometimes your needs won't get met, and sometimes your partner's needs won't get met. And you learned in that environment, you taught to stick through it anyway, right? Back in the day, you just stick through it. Whereas now that's not the case. It's like, if you unhappy, don't stay unhappy in no marriage. You got too much life to live. You know what I'm, that kind of stuff. That's more of the messaging now.
Where does that resonate?
Huh?
Where would you say like that ideology of that line of thought resonates from?
I just think it's a shift. If you look from generation to generation, it
I,
automatically shifts.
okay, I agree that it's a shift. I'm asking, do you think? Well, I'm actually, do you think it's possible that shift occurred at the onset of feminism, and this is the radiation or the butterfly of that? No.
I think
I would say I would say yes. Let me just say yes. But no, I don't want to say but. I'll say and. Yes, I agree with that. And the thing to that is that I think it's a natural progression of people who, like, when we, and I know y'all hate when I say this, but I'm just talking about historically in terms of slavery, right? You're in one situation. The natural progression of that is, if you are in bondage, you want to be free. So you're going to fight against that because that's not your natural state, to be oppressed or enslaved, right? So I think that was going to be a natural progression anyway for women because of the way society was set up.
So I think that I think that you're right. When you're in bondage, you're free. I think what has happened is a little bit of too much of something makes it more like an uncomfortable thing, right? I think that
the baby out with the bathwater, something like that old saying. I think it just swung too far to the
but I think that what has happened is people, so that the whole idea is people who lived it and it was like, oh, I was in this marriage, it wasn't a happy marriage, I didn't get a chance, they had regrets, right? And they were outspoken about their regrets. And so because they had regrets, they trickled it over to their kids, like, don't be like mom. You don't want, I want you to live, because parents want their kids to live a life they didn't get a chance to live, right? And so because they were miserable in their marriage, or there were some things they didn't get to do, so they live vicariously through their kids, like, no, I want you to do this because I missed out on that because I did this. Mm-hmm. And then that trickle into you living your life. So there were some regrets in the past, right? But I think that the good thing about how we live now, and I wish we can get it together, is you don't have to have those regrets. So I think mom gave up. She took sacrifices. She didn't realize she could live her life and be married. Y'all just have to live it together. You can travel together. You can experience, like, you don't have to stop your life just because you're married. Now you guys, it'll look a little different because you can experience it together. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Just do it together, And I think that that's the what we need to figure out, that you don't have to stop living. You just have a partner to do it with. But let me just say this too, and I wanted to go back to the sex because I was trying to get in there. Let me just say, men who've had a lot of sex are not necessarily the best at having sex. Matter of fact, they may be the worst. Okay. Because they never even get an opportunity to learn a woman's body. They so fast in and out. They even developed a relationship with a woman and they think they doing it. And the whole time she probably faking it, right? You know, because you get these stories where y'all sitting here talking and they telling all their business and they like, he thought he was doing it, girl. And they be talking about
behind your back.
Listen, it's the guy who has the relationship, who got a chance to be in love with a woman, who took pride in knowing what it is that she likes. He know how to, you know, you put a point where like, oh, he been with the be, you know what I'm saying? He done snuck it up on like, oh, he's the brother. Because he understood it. He took the time to learn a woman's body. Okay. Now, all bodies are not the same. We do know that, but there are similarities in, you know, but that dude who has multiple bodies and he going in and out, he ain't, them women faking. They faking. Them 80% of women who ain't getting that orgasm probably dealt with them dudes. The 20% in relationships with a man, with a relation, the 20% that's getting it was in a relationship with a man who was in a relationship and that woman taught him what he did. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Y'all-
why.
He took the time to learn.
She'll get crazy
But
when it get late.
my whole point
She
is
do,
don't
right?
be pumping these dudes up that's been like in these streets. That the women, from what I heard from the women, it be whack. You know,
And I'm telling you, in older, like I know y'all be talking about like older women and they bitter and stuff like that, but I've heard older women coaching, like, you know, younger women into like kind of what we were saying, because that was the way that they were raised in terms of making their partner, their husband, think that they were doing the damn thing and they really weren't. And I think in that regard, that's the disservice now because of the way, like, you know, one of the things with sexual liberation, it was some good and bad that came from it. The bad was of course, just, oh, I'm gonna have sex all willy-nilly with whoever I want. I think that was the bad aspect. But the good aspect was the focus on the woman's enjoyment of it. Because prior to that, women weren't necessarily seen. They weren't necessarily ones that were involved. Their pleasure, their, you know, likes and dislikes were not even acknowledged in that act. It was really more so for men. So I think the good aspect of that sexual liberation put a woman's needs at the forefront. But I still think men are operating on old school time. And so are a lot of women because they are not being honest with them.
Oregon Trail.
Okay. So for the third time, I was not talking about sex.
We
And
know
I
also,
went back to it because HD brought it up about the thing, not you.
okay, and also, what'd you say? The men that have sex is the worst. A lot of sex is the worst. You can have that. Whatever. So
No, let me clarify that. When you're doing it
Mhm.
and it's meaningless and you don't have a relationship in between that, like if you've had a relationship and you've learned from a woman, okay, maybe. But those men who never took the time to just get to know a woman and had a woman that they, you know, to teach them, you know, the right way of doing things, like what is really who's honest. Because the problem, this is where y'all don't understand. The problem is finding an honest partner. Women want to be liked so bad, they'll go their whole life faking and don't ever tell you the truth. They really will.
Most men I know that had a lot of women, honestly, growing up, they had a girlfriend. They just was cheating. To keep it all the way real, so they did both. They
Right. So what I'm saying to you is, if you had an honest partner, okay, to tell you, who's not going to just
sorry,
inflate your ego, which is very. Let me just tell you. Matter of fact, that may be a brain teaser for next week, because there was a video, and the video was old girl. What's the girl with the mouth? And she was on Insecure, the light skinned girl. She was on the TV show Insecure. She had an interview with another. Matter of fact, let me find it. I'm gonna find it real fast. But she had an interview, and she was like, "Oh, I didn't know you was a fake." They were like, "You didn't know you had," like it was a whole conversation. Y'all didn't see that video? Let me show it to you. Go ahead and talk, Marcus. I'm gonna show it to you.
Real quick before you go, Marcus.
Yeah.
I just got a question, real quick, gentlemen. When not including your wife, did you really give a damn if she got an orgasm or not?
That's my
I
point.
didn't.
That's exactly.
And that's why you walking around with whack sex, because you don't care.
And that's the meal, the rumor mill that she's going to be saying, like, oh, he was whack. So they're going to talk to the next person.
Here's the toxic trait. I'm gonna answer that with my toxic trait AP in college. If she was around other girls I wanted to have sex with, yes. I don't know if that answered.
Because and Marcus know why? Because women talk. So if the rumor is he got good, other girls are gonna want to try it. Yeah. So it would behoove you to be good at it. But when you have the attitude like, I don't care, I don't really want to, I'm gonna just smash past it, then that's the rumor that's gonna go around, is that he's whack.
It's just like, it's kind of like that whole Michael B. Jordan, that one, I don't know what he was doing, Devil and that girl who came out and talked about him. And I'm like, luckily, I love him so much, it doesn't even matter. But that had to hurt his ego. I mean, she got on the internet and talked about his sex game. And that's never a good thing, right?
Oh, you mean DJ Envy?
No, it was Michael B. Jordan.
But what say UHD?
So to answer the question, yes, because I listen to women and I listen to people, and I've heard the number of women experience not getting an orgasm. So when they come to me, I'm like, what? You never experienced that before? Now it's my duty to get you there. It's Captain HD. We flying in that thing. We will make it happen. You know what I'm saying?
I guess shit. I guess I'm the minority.
It's my duty.
I guess I'm the minority of men then, because I didn't give no fucks. Not one.
Well, that's what you were given. That's exactly what you was given.
Hey, but I got my nut.
Right, but that's not the reputation you should want.
I gave no fucks about that. What? I'm still anyway.
Oh, now listen here. Now every time, if you ever run across these people, every time they sit, they're gonna be like, and her friends gonna be laughing, and
they're gonna be snickering like, oh, that's him, girl.
You know what AP gonna say? I still hit though. At least I hit one.
That's exactly what AP gonna say.
Yeah, he'll say that. But
she gonna be like, she said she didn't even put it in the count. It don't even count.
But so the thing I want to go back to answer this, because I ain't get it fully out about when I was saying about the sex. I wasn't talking about sex. What me and I think HD both was talking about was the ability to navigate women effectively. And because we think differently, because we speak differently, it is a skill set. And it feeds into conflict resolution and the ability to have a relationship. I think relationships are a skill set. So I don't know how you go about developing the proper skill set, refraining from all type of contact. But he did say dating as well. But I don't know how deep that dating goes without sex. I never dated without having sex, so I don't know what that really looks like.
So what's the skill set? Let me listen to
male cousins that were virgins when they got married. Their father was a pastor. So they got married very early, and they refrained from sex, but they dated, they found their wife, and then that's who they ended up marrying. So it is possible.
Oh, it is very possible. I think the streets be just taunting. But listen to this.
But you have to fake the finish so we can wrap it up. I did not know that. So, I didn't understand that niggas was mad because I wasn't achieving the climax. I did not know that. And then this one nigga I dated was like, I just feel it's like, why? Because I was having a good time. You hitting the walls. Yeah. And he was like, you just never finish. And I was like, but you finish. Yeah. And he was like, yeah, but you're not signaling the accomplishment. To ramp it up. But I literally had no idea. No one taught me this. He was like, you're not signaling the accomplishment. And it just makes me feel like I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm like, but Right. No, you had to have the final. I did not know. Well, but you know what? Why aren't I having the final, right? And it wasn't until I had a dude who really, you know, how do I put this? He was broke. And so I think that in his mind, he was like, I can't give financially, so I'm going to give vaginally. Ain't nobody gonna fuck you like a nigga need a place to
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He like solved the Da Vinci Code. Yeah. And then I was like, oh, I can do this. The bleaker the future, the better that dick is.
Oh, okay, but did you listen to the beginning?
A long time. What? I didn't know I was
Listen to the
supposed to
beginning.
be faking the orgasm. I did not know that. Like legit. Okay, so let me just say. So what do you just sit there quietly? I mean, no. Yeah, I'm doing. But you have to fake the finish so we can wrap it up. I did not know that. So like, I didn't understand.
Y'all.
And
That's what I was telling you. Women are taught to do that. They're encouraged to do that. That's part of the, like when y'all was saying a wife teaching that other women don't teach women. That was part of, I guess, the teaching that they did, because I've heard older women say that. Now this new generation, new women,
I got a feeling they honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
like,
don't let
I've
you
never,
know.
Care
I've
about
never
them.
been with a woman that would lie about her sexual experience. If
You said what
it
now?
hurt, I said I never been with a woman that would lie about her sexual experience. If it hurt, it hurt. If it feel good, it feel good. If she about to
Those
come,
are two different things, though.
no, it's not two different things. What I'm saying is she's telling me exactly what she's experiencing, right? And I'm the type of guy that I pay
So you're
attention to
saying
subtle
the
cues.
messaging that she's telling you. That's what you're saying. Like if she's saying no, that hurts, she can communicate that to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. You gotta chill out, bro. That hurt. You know, I'm like, okay. That's fine. So I've never met or been with a girl that didn't tell me how she felt. And also, like, I agree. I don't think a lot of guys pay attention to women's bodies during sex or anything for that matter, because they're just excited to be there. Their mission was just to get in. It wasn't about necessarily her experience or anything like that. But like me hearing and listening to enough women, I was just like, yeah, it's not about to be me. Like you're gonna have a good time with HD. That was what I was
So I
doing.
want to emphasize that having a good time and finishing are two different things. Because you can have an amazing time, but still not get that clap.
Finish line.
You know, at
Yeah,
the end.
but why are women faking it? That's just dumb.
It's like she just said to wrap
before. It's the conditioning. It's
to
women
wrap it
are
up.
conditioned to for your experience, not necessarily theirs. And that's why I say, I know John the Baptist kept saying, so how did this women liberation or sexual freedom, was it a benefit? Yes, it was, to those women who weren't having, even within their marriages or whoever, if they were married, to go in to have a marriage in which they weren't enjoying the sex. So with this sexual liberation, women who are getting married are probably enjoying very healthy, good sexual relationships with their husbands, because they are able to communicate what they enjoy and what they don't enjoy. So both of them can have a great experience instead of her faking the funk for 30, 40 years. Like,
imagine,
couldn't imagine a lifetime. Like, I'm married and I have to spend the rest of my life with this bullshit.
But you don't know. Since they probably didn't know it, but
you only got that framework for what you said before.
Real fast. What if they're jumping from person to person? Some of these women are just jumping from person to person, trying to find that one person who can't. Like they don't even know how to. They want it, so it's just going like, okay, that didn't happen. Go to this one. You know, searching for that one and just never.
No, Lord.
Yeah, but I think you brought this up earlier though.
Sorry.
You can go to super chats. This was more important.
Marcus, go ahead and read them. Sharon, pull them up.
He's been pulling them up throughout the night, but you know.
The AP, I don't know where you just went. Accountability partner with the 5. What's going on, fam? Salute to the panel. The AP accountability with the 5 again. This lady on the panel the other day said she broke up with a great man because he wasn't funny enough. That's what HD is saying.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Reese Anderson with the $1.99. You know damn well no black woman created FaceTime. He funny as
I wish y'all
John the Baptist with $10. AP, how is it your duty to put up with her inability to control her emotions? If you are wrong or right, does not give her the ability to emotionally dump on you. John the Baptist again, big dog with the 2. Are there morals in relationships, and how so?
Should be.
Fair
Yes.
question. Nas, shout out to Nas with the 10. Marriage prioritizes corporate self-interest now. There's nothing sacred about it anymore. If people are calling their spouse partner, the Bible says men are the head, not an equal partner. Don't get mad, mistaken.
Wait,
Let's see.
I missed
John
it.
the Baptist with the 5. Marcus,
missed
that is bad advice to tell young men to have multiple sex partners.
No, he was just saying the Bible don't speak on partners. It says the man is the head. Are y'all Christian though?
You
Nope.
going to the next one or you want me to do? I thought you was. All right. Nas with the 5. Shout out Chic Critique, best show on Lapeef. And Marcus, God body, salute.
Thank
Congo
you.
English with the 5. What's up, brother? Good dialogue. Appreciate it. John the Baptist with the 5. My bad, Marcus. I misunderstood. All well, brother. All well. John the Baptist with the 5. Joseph and Mary Reed married when Joseph was about mid-20s and Mary was 14 with child. Yeah, that was a different time. John the Baptist with 5. Do we really believe any good came with sexual liberation?
No.
John the Baptist
Yes,
with
I
5.
just told you.
Not real good though.
You got orgasms and then the household fell apart. John the Baptist with 5. So
Right.
my question was answered. There was no good from sexual
Not
liberation
mine.
movement.
That's what keep it together.
No, but
Dub
you but
will.
no.
Remember, say,
So
fellas practice edging. Look it up.
to me, you just proved the point. It did because guess what? You didn't have to do all that. You just found that with your husband. He was able to learn your body, and you were able to do that through that. You don't have to go around from man to man to achieve that. All you gotta do is learn with the man that you're with, and he will learn your body, and you will achieve it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, sexual liberation has killed the game, murdered the community. Sorry. Thanks for the membership, Dub Will.
So I know we're about to end it, but just to be clear, you're saying that women gaining the ability to orgasm during sex is a downfall of the black community.
I'm saying sexual liberation.
I'm not saying that.
Gotcha.
I said sexual liberation. I never said that. I said sexual liberation. Now, you not being able to do it in your marriage may kill that marriage.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know we're simplifying it, but I do think sexual liberation. That's why I said I think there's a good side and a bad side to it. I think the bad side of it is what is impacting our community. I definitely do think that. And there's no argument with that. But
I stepped on his
we got to take the good with the bad though too. Like the bad is the bad, but the good is the good too. I think that's very different when you really look at a situation where a woman was women were in marriages for 50, 60, 70 years, not and maybe they did.
But maybe you shouldn't. Maybe that's the problem.
Have y'all ever asked your grandma, did she come?
Never.
So how do we know? Dub will remember for 8 months. Fellas, practice edging. Look it up.
She better not be out here coming, honey.
I'm not talked to my grandmother, but I've talked to my mom. And my daughter talks to me.
So you got a D report on your father?
Yes.
I'm not talking to my mom about that. I could care less. I do not want to know that bit of information, nor will I ever ask.
I mean, I got married early. I had questions, right? So we talked. And the same thing, my daughter, I should not feel my daughter. One thing that I've always said with my children, there will be nothing that they could never come to me or their dad to talk about. Nothing was off the table, nothing. And so we started them young with conversations of like, because kids will test you with something to see how you react, to see if they can trust that they can really come to you to talk to you. So my kids would just be, what would happen? Like throwing out random questions. What if I stole something from the store? You know what I'm saying? So we started with them very young to come to us, to talk to us. Until this day, and they're grown adults, they will call me or call their dad, depending on what delivery they want, in terms of conversation.
I think that so this guy, John the Baptist, is all bad. Thank you, John the Baptist. This is the thing. Having 5 kids has nothing to do with having
good sex.
Yeah.
I mean, good sex and an orgasm may be 2 different things.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with having kids has nothing to do with that in which we're talking about.
You know what's crazy? Remember how I was talking about the sexual
You got
strategy?
an AP back in.
The sexual mating strategy. So my grandma, she was married to this man that was like 6'8", extremely light skinned with green eyes, and she had my father, my aunt, and my uncle. But how we was talking about abuse, the abuse occurred in the relationship, and she ended up leaving him and then being with the man that was like 5'8", and he probably wasn't that attractive, but he provided for her the rest of her life. Like in my real life, I seen that play out. Well, I didn't see. Well, I seen the end. I didn't see the first part, but I seen the end. I think he was happy too. I never got to meet the other one, but the one I did meet, he stepped in and was a stepfather. The kids loved him.
Yeah, we had some situations in my family that was, it wasn't my parents, but we had some situations in the family that
my grandma kind of like Whitley from a different world. You know what I'm talking? You know,
we all know Whitley.
Yeah, she had the juice back in her day. I ain't gonna lie.
So I just want to address John the Baptist, his super chat real quick. Emotional dump. So I don't think you understand me fully. You have to create the space for your woman to be able to release, because if she doesn't release to you, she will release to her work husband. And what does that turn into? So you have to, as a man, you have to be able to give her that opportunity to let all of the day, and I'm putting quotes around day, let all of the day out. You have to give her that space. And if you don't, whatever you get after that is what you get.
Will, I'm not shaming stepdads. I support. That's why I was saying the kids loved him, and he was a good man to her, and they stayed together. It's what happened, and I don't know. She didn't find him attractive.
Listen, at some point, attraction is the last thing you need to pay the bills. Okay, attraction was nice. When you didn't need money, but when the rent is due, and you're hungry and you need a sandwich, attraction ain't gonna get it done.
Well, the woman's name that I was talking about that laid the foundation for like things like FaceTime and stuff like that to be built. Her name was Dr. Marion Croak. You can also look up Valerie Thomas and those two, but I was talking more so about Valerie Cloak. But like I said, we won't know about stuff like that because it's not taught. I'm not saying that
she was integral in the process. She didn't create it. She was integral in the process.
The reason I said that is because somebody had said in one of the super chats that I was lying. And I read, I come across certain things of interest. You know, when you start like what y'all talk about algorithms. So based on
Yeah.
certain things that I read and I consume, information is given to me. So I read it. That's it. And it is
Listen,
stuff that vast majority of people don't know because we're not taught. I didn't know until I read it.
Look at
well,
this convo about nature, and I think a lot of men have had that experience.
Guess it didn't equate to cheating to me because I was really loving them.
He said he had 2 girlfriends and he didn't consider himself cheating because he loved both of them. I
Mm.
think a lot of men in
Yeah.
that situation.
I mean, as long as they knew of each other, it wasn't cheating.
I don't think they knew
Oh,
in his
well,
scenario.
then I was cheating.
Yeah, it was-
Then I was cheating.
but listen, I want to derail the conversation for 2 seconds before I leave. Yeah, I'm short, but when I meet people that's shorter than me, I'm like, Jesus,
What's your
that
height?
is tough. Exactly, it's either 5'3", or it's like 5. It's like in between the half and 3/4 of 5'5". But it's just like when I'm like low average height, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I see people that are taller, they be like, "Dang, bro, that's tough." Right? If it's you like 6'2", I know a lot of my homeboys, they like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", right? And when I talk to them, they be like, "Dang, bro." And then when I see somebody shorter than me, I'm like, "Dang, bro."
You're my
well,
height.
well,
You know?
I will say he got him a
Basically,
baddie
right.
though. My grandma for that time was a super baddie. So he had him a baddie for like 30, 40, 50 years.
That's what I said. Women, I ain't gonna say women don't care about looks. Yes, they do. But they're able to make the decision over like what else can he provide outside of that. And if the only thing he has is looks, she may have a good time with him, but she won't, bet on him. She's okay with looking for something else that's going to be a long-term characteristic. And she would settle for somebody that may not look that fine, but is going to provide.
Look,
Absolutely.
with the way we was playing that game earlier about what you can build a person with the $5, that might be. Now I know people shame stepdads and say all this stuff about them, but there are women that may be out of your bracket, attraction wise. That's how you probably get add an extra 2 points by being a stepdad. I know they talk crazy about it in the space, but if I had to, I would negotiate it. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I just learned what's that guy's name? Oh my goodness. Like he's Bezos, Jeff
Jeff
Bezos.
Bezos.
Just found out that he gave up his rights to his son, like when he was young. I forgot what his original
The
name was.
oldest Jeff, his dad.
Yeah. His biological dad gave up his rights. Like the mom and him got a divorce, so he didn't know his dad at all. And the father didn't want any responsibilities and just gave up his rights. She ends up meeting Bezos. That's who she married. The guy she married, his last name was Bezos, and he raised Jeff and gave him his last name. And now I know men talk about legacy. So, like, yeah, technically,
Now that's his legacy, and that ain't even his kid. He got $1 billion
knows about the
legacy.
father owns a bike shop. You know what I'm saying? The biological
that
father
interview.
owns a bike shop. Nobody knows who he is, but everybody knows him as a Bezos. So that became his legacy, even though that technically wasn't his biological seed. Everybody is going to associate him as dad. So that becomes his legacy. So I'm just saying, I
That's a
know
great story.
I'm not trying to say everybody needs to be a stepdad. If you know that that's not something you want to do, don't do it.
Right.
Like nobody's tripping on men that make that decision. But what I don't like is other men trying to
Shaming
knock
them.
those men who are
Mhm.
okay with doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
of the
I
time, the
agree.
guys who want to be stepdads, they ain't listen to these men anyway. They got their own head. They like people out here doing what's best for them. That it don't matter how much they say that. Trust me, they don't care.
Yeah,
But
I think it's
Virgin said, but he's not a real Bezos. That's why he pointed that out. Who pointed it out? It was reporters that found it out. Like, he didn't say anything about it. Reporters found that out, and they went to the biological dad, and the biological dad, didn't even know that was his son. That's how crazy it was. The reporters actually told him.
What'd he do when he found out?
Like, he
was like, well, damn.
He was like, damn. They asked him, did he regret it? He was like, yeah. But let's be real. The truth of the matter is that Jeff Bezos would have never, well, I ain't gonna say never, we don't know. Probably, more than likely, would have never became Jeff Bezos if he was raised by his biological dad. Because the dad that she met, the stepdad, was able to provide him opportunities and a life that the other father wouldn't have.
So his mom instituted the mating strategy I was talking about. That's another example of that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, the man you want.
And the professor is trying to say that's still bringing up the exception to the rule and not the rule. That's not true. My point is, yes, at that level, of course, that's an exception to the rule. Most people, even if they're with their biological parents, are not going to be Jeff Bezos.
I mean,
right?
remember, Obama was raised by another man. He wasn't raised by his dad. He was raised by another man.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, the most average, everyday, people have been raised by step parents and turned out to be good people. So you can be a step parent and be good, like the kids grow up great. They're a great reflection of your parenting.
Y'all, let me just tell you this. I know fathers need to be involved with their kids. I kid you not. I was at an elementary school dance. In the elementary school dance, there was a little pop off at an elementary school parent dance.
A pop off? Like twerking or fighting?
Yeah, a little argument, a little baby argument. Okay. You know what I'm saying? They got pulled into the office, and both of them was accompanied by their daddies. And I thought to myself, what? Sometimes I do be thinking that, and don't get it twisted. I think that men have this thing where you got to protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? And, don't be letting nobody in. I just thought that was ironic. That.
Were they black?
Yeah.
Again, black dads are the most involved. Thank you.
Yeah, they were black. I mean, there were white ones in there too, though. It was like all different.
Just saying.
I'm about to be involved in some sleep.
Can I ask you something?
Somebody be on that Me Too movement.
Do y'all think dads are involved in certain aspects? And when you say most involved, well, of course, when we're comparing to other men, but what I mean by that is I see Black dads involved in certain areas specifically, and not taking nothing away from it. Any involvement, especially in this climate, is great. But in terms of the education, just me being a teacher, in terms of the education aspect, I don't see, I do see dads. I do see Black dads. But I do find that most of the time, the dads don't be involved in that aspect of the child. They're more involved in the athletic aspect of the child. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it's important for dads to be involved in every aspect.
If I'm gonna be honest, it sounded like you just diminished the role of the father that's actually being present and active.
You didn't.
That's kind of what I'm hearing.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I was saying because in those occasions when I do see the dad involved in the educational aspect, I see the outcome better. Like the kid is doing that work, you know, when the father's like, if you have a problem, call me. I see that the outcome for that kid is better. So that's why I'm saying I think it's important for them to be involved in every aspect, not like, you know, because I guess men enjoy the athletic side. You know what I'm saying? So it was easy to be involved in that because they enjoy it. But I definitely see a difference when they involved in the education aspect of it. And
I definitely agree with that. Definitely agree with that.
Dub Will with the 499. If a man wants to be a stepdad, fine. I just don't think it's wise if he don't already have kids of his own. You feel me? I agree. I would like to have my
I
own
agree
kids.
with that too.
Yeah, there's
Why
no
can't
argument.
why can't he have kids with the woman that already has a kid that he decided to marry?
That too.
Biological clock, maybe.
If she's still able.
What's the oldest on record woman having a child?
Old as hell. We're not gonna do that.
70
You see that episode? I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that.
But that is definitely not the norm.
You seen the Dave Chappelle skit where he was the richest man alive and he was cooking dinosaur eggs?
Yo, these men, like, y'all be so angry. Y'all, like, men be getting mad when women have opinions and they don't like it.
I'm not mad.
The Crown Prince, when you say do your job, let us, being a part of your kids' education is your job, sir. Take a compliment when I'm trying to give it to you. I'm saying don't just be involved in
We got a lot of
Right.
learning to do.
Yo,
Jesus.
that is so crazy. You do your job and let us do ours. Sir, that is your job if you're parenting. Dang.
And yes, it is your job as a man.
Men teach kids practically outside, building, repairing, survival. Wrong women think the way they teach and learn. Again, trying to play with both controllers. Do your job, let us. My point is that's part of your job and you're slacking. Do your job. I just got finished saying that we see that the outcomes when the father are involved in the education part, the kid does better. That is your job.
I think compliment might not be the right word. Maybe instruction or adage or appendage.
Again, education takes place more.
Why you yelling at me?
No, I'm not, because he's trying
again.
he's trying to make a point, but you're making the situation worse. I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying the comment that you're making is stupid. To say that education takes place more than in the classroom, that it does, but it doesn't mean that you don't need to be involved in a classroom too. That kid is spending more time in a
maybe
classroom.
he's not an educator. Like, maybe there are people who just don't believe in education. That's not a priority to them. Maybe that's what he's saying.
Yeah, it was a priority for me.
I'm just saying I get what he's trying to say. Education takes more, like, you learn other things outside of the classroom. That's true, which you should. And as a parent, that is your responsibility to teach them outside the classroom too. But it doesn't negate the fact that you need to be involved in the classroom as well. It's both. You can't escape that if you're trying to be a good parent.
You got it, Miss Jakin. You got. I
don't know. It bothers me. You know why it bothers me? This is the one area I'm gonna actually give Black men compliment. Black men or boys, they would be boys at that point, is that based on a graduation rate, this is the area in which most Black boys outnumber girls in terms of graduation rate. Black boys' high school graduation rate is higher than Black girls. So that is the bomb. But I look at the fact that when I see Black dads involved it increases the chances that they get to that graduation line. And as an educator, to me, that's very important. And I want to give our kids the best opportunity and advantage to get there, because most kids of color, the stats for their graduation rate is not that good when you compare it to their counterparts. So, you know, that's why I'm saying that. So I go hard on the education thing, because that's very important, because I see the results of poor parenting. I see the results. We deal with the results of the lack of not having a good male role model in the house. We see the results of that. So yeah, I'm gonna go hard when it comes to stuff like that.
Mistake, are you a feminist?
Huh?
Feminist?
Am I what?
A feminist?
Yeah.
I never thought I asked you that before.
Mm-hmm.
A new generation, or you just from the traditional?
No, I'm of the first wave.
Okay.
I'm more in alignment with that aspect. Absolutely.
I wish they would create a separate.
The professor, so is mine. So is mine. So we competing about that.
About
you flex,
what?
and I could flex too.
You got a PhD?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had that Kevin Samuels button. Be like, I'm a PhD.
Yes, this is honey.
But this is the point, though. You see how I was just having the comments, just saying that I'm passionate about education. I didn't bring up my title. I didn't do anything.
I never heard you bring
y'all
it up.
talk about the competition. Sometimes that competition, it don't be us. That was him flexing. Nobody knew that I had that. You never be on here ever heard me say, call me Dr. Mistaken. I even at work, when I first got my kids, I didn't even make them call me that.
That's dope. I didn't know you had a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
I got a PhD too. It's time to go to bed.
Yeah.
Kanye said it best.
Go look up the stats again, Professor. I just looked this up. I kid you not. I just looked this up.
How do you know and I didn't know, Professor? You must. You said he said he knew.
I don't know how, because I don't be bringing it up.
I think I've only ever heard you say it one time, and it was a long time ago.
That's been before I came around. I never heard you say that before.
Let me. I can't even send the link. It won't let me post here.
My eyes heavy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all.
All right. Good night, everybody. Have a fabulous weekend. We will see you next time.
Did he just say before Anton left? Y'all, good night.
Before what?
Deuces.
Night, for sure.